from sun. Clueless every view. Follow my looking eyes. Inviting sitting with rise into inner inward. Cough streaming into like wine. And medium right and best of morning. And no seeing my ladies, and no one made me close my eyes. And so I throw windows wide and come to you across the sky.
Getting close. UK talent. Off balance. It's all about high level music for the Y2K plus 5. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Trust I'm getting close. And so is UK talent. Seems off balance. New beginning, era. Better and better, I'm aiming high. Higher level, faith free. Does it take until I make it? Trust me. You can't stop me. Sad. Too late.
Dear chess friends, welcome for a live coverage of the fourth round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Once again, I have to remind you that's the third leg of a Grand Prix series of 2013-2014. So, first was played in Geneva and was convincingly won by Bella Hodenashvili. Then the second one was in Armenia, in Dilijan, and Hampi Conero won this leg. So both of actual Grand Prix leaders are playing there in Tashkent. And well, and Hampi Conero leading the field after 3 rounds on a perfect score with 3 out of 3. And today she's facing Katerina Lagno. The Katerina Lagno is on +1 after yesterday's win. And Katerina faces quite a tough task to stop the leader, to hold her at least for a draw. Yeah, then, well, to speak about the cross table, well, Hampi is on 3 out of 3, then clear second so far after 3 rounds is Harika Tronovali, once again Indian players. Indians are leading the field. Then there are 3 players on +1. Katerina Lagno already mentioned. Then Shao Su and Bella Hodenashvili. On 50% with 1.5 point, Antonetta Stefanova and Juvin June. So actually you can guess that none of players has all draws so far. Already, I mean, we can guess that none of players has all games finished in a draw. As yesterday we had absolutely uncompromised round with all 6 games of a round being decided. So on 50%, Antonetta Stefanova to winning here. So her performance is, well, her run is not that great, I would say. So she won her first game, then she drew the second one, and third she lost. So we don't know what to expect. And the opposite is with Juvin June, also on 50%, but losing her first game, then drawing the second one and winning yesterday against Stefanova actually. Yeah, on with 1 point. It's 2 players once again, so on -1. Nafisa Muminova, the local player, so after 2 consecutive losses, finally yesterday she managed to take a point in her duel with Gulishan Nakbaeva, and the same 1 point but without winning a game is Olga Giria of Russia. So she lost yesterday against Harika after her first games being drawn. And well, a 3-way tie for the last place with half a point. It's Entlina Danielian and well, Alexandra Kostyniuk and Gulishan Nakbaeva. And I have to say, Gulishan had, well, 3 very good positions in this tournament. Pretty much disappointing results, but I believe all of those players who tied for the last hoping to improve their overall result, and so their supporters are. So well, so I'd like to start with the games finally. Well, as been mentioned, the crucial for the further tournament game of Hampi Conero with Katerina Lagno, with Hampi being white. So well, quite an impressive performance so far from Indian with 3 games, but not only the result, but the way she's winning the games is quite impressive. It's a slow positional pressure, and so far nobody managed to withstand it. So knight f3 was the move of Hampi Conero, and then g6, which is, well, I don't know actually. It's hard and a bit strange to comment starting from the first moves, but well, basically, of course, d4 is the move of Conero, but what she might have disliked was quite a probable Grunfeld defense from Katerina. We already saw Katerina playing Grunfeld defense, so knight f3, perhaps preparing for some sort of anti-Grunfeld, and g6. So with this move order still, black awaits for white to play d4, knight f6, so that will be something normal. In case of c4, bishop g7, knight c3, then probably black's gonna play some some English opening setup, perhaps with c5, so g6, but the drawback of g6 is clear, of course. White can play e4 then. Bishop g7, d4, so Pir's defense. Once again we see, yesterday we saw a transformation to Pir's defense in Stefanova with Juvin Juni for a second time in this tournament. But, well, for Lagno at least, it's a repertoire opening, so bishop c4, knight f6, so that looks just a theory, but actually about bishop c4 I'm not quite sure what it means. So it's, and then Hampi started to think of 4 moves and a lot of psychology already involved. Now bishop c4. Oh, okay, I have to say it's not the most common for sure. Knight f6. Then it's a question how to defend this pawn actually. Pawn on e4. as something like knight c3. To me, it doesn't appeal to go well with bishop c4, knight c3, bishop c4. So, well, either playing queen e2 or something like that, or e5, of course, has to be checked. But okay, after e5, d5, if white takes, then after queen's exchange, knight g4, black just winning the pawn, so queen d1 and knight g4. So it's not an option. Perhaps to take with the knight is an option, but then once again we get in a structure which can arise from, I don't know, from different openings like Alekhine defense or even Scandinav, but with some extra tempi for black, so it has to be pretty much acceptable for black, this line. So already here I don't know what was on Conner's plan. Then moving to Juvin June with Harika Dronavali. So Juvin June with Harika Dronavali. Well, it started with c4. So once again some tricky move orders, but finally reaching the same normal positions after d4. d4, knight f6. This one is really a classical Queen's Gambit declined line. Bishop g5, h6, and black took on f6. cd5, ed5, e3. The slow positional play here. The bishop is given, well, not for nothing, I'd say, because, well, this bishop on f6 remains a bit passive, and actually, well, so but white, obviously what white is gonna try to do is to play for a minority attack then. So in case of a castle, for example, I may, well, think about b4 at once, even like that. But normally it shouldn't give white any advantage. This line, I mean, bishop takes, because okay, there is bishop f6, but cd5, ed5 seems to be a bit too primitive. I mean, it defines white's plans too soon. Well, then we can move to, well, I don't know where. Well, Danielian with Stefanova, we can check. So Danielian with Stefanova, in some theoretical line has been played. d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, c4, c6, e3, bishop g4. So e3 actually is quite a popular line still. Yes, in all the main lines of Slav, white facing difficulties to get an advantage. So this e3 became rather popular. Bishop g4, queen b3, queen b6. Actually, I'm still not sure what happens after bishop takes f3 here, because there is a line to take on b7, which is actually quite sharp. So if knight d7, then white is happy by just taking on f3, and the same applies to bishop g2, bishop g2. But black can play something like bishop g4, I guess. When white takes, it's, well, I don't remember exactly, queen c7 or queen b6. So it's hard to trap this queen, but the same applies for white. It's hard to escape from there. Also, it's hard to escape from a8. It's about if queen's gonna be caught, then of course. Well, perhaps bishop e4 should be the move here. Okay, anyway, black decided to play queen b6, knight c3, e6, knight h4, and once again it may seem just a weird move to someone, but in this way white is trying to get two bishops with h3, g4, knight h4, bishop h5, h3. Then, okay, there is a Well, there are lots of different moves like knight d7, bishop e7, whatever, so just let's stick to the game. Queen b3, a b3, so going to an endgame, and knight a6. So black is planning to put a knight on b4. So after this exchange, the queens are gone, and white has got a semi-open a file here, but well, black has got an outpost on b4 for, I don't know, knight or bishop. Well, it's still, well, in my opinion, it has to be a bit better for white. So let's say something like g4, capturing the bishop. Then simply, okay, this one is hanging, but something like bishop e2, for instance. Well, I don't know where I want to put my bishop, but okay, let's assume bishop e2, knight b4, and something like rook a4. The moment, okay, controlling. Well, just in case, keeping an eye on a knight on b4. Okay, maybe knight b4 is not actually what black really wants, but after knight a6 seems logical, so I don't know. Knight b4, rook a4, so this way white keeps an eye on knight on b4 and maybe planning to play c5 one day. The ideal for white would be, in this line, would be something like that. Okay, if we can just move those pieces like this, g5, knight d7, f4, and if black doesn't react, I don't know how it's gonna happen, but let's say a6, then c5. So once again I have to repeat that it's, of course, it's not recommended for black to act like that, but that's white's dream position, I'd say. Yeah, and then black knights are deprived from the squares whatsoever, and while the bishop remains quite passive here. No, that has to be red bishop, so bishop's quite passive. White has a lot of space, and it's white who's gonna choose when to break with h4, h5. So, and it can be just enough to win the game, and also e4. Okay, while seems to be anti-positional, but in some position it might be the case as well. So this situation will be fairly unpleasant for black, so it's better to avoid to be squeezed like that. So knight a6, and white is thinking. So Humpy we've seen, and then okay, we'll be moving to Olga Gira with Nafisa Muminova. So of course, a game of a local player drives a lot of attention of spectators here. Knight, well, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Once again, tricky move order, and they arrive into this position where black has a choice either to play bishop e7, as we saw in June's game. So Harika played bishop e7, and Nafisa Muminova chose to play Ragozin defense. Once again, quite a topical opening nowadays. Bishop b4, cd4, cd5, ed5. Well, in the past, they really believed that, like, after queen a4, knight c6, knight is badly placed on c6, and okay, that should give white a slight advantage. But then, okay, with development of a theory, somehow white came to the conclusion so that there isn't that much. Okay, well, there isn't nothing in fact, but okay, so bishop g5 anyway, the most principal and probably the strongest one. And then, okay, black has two separate options, either to play for this line h6, bishop h4, c5, and after e3, black is usually trying to play. Okay, so it's the most ambitious, I'd say. So this bishop cannot be developed to d3 anymore, so c4, but early c4, early defining the structure is, of course, is connected with a certain strategical risk. Well, and the other plan is knight d7, as has been played in the game, e3, c5. Now it's better to avoid playing h6, because in some lines g6 black really needs to play, and with h6 g6 it's gonna be a weakening of king side. e3 c5, bishop e2 still, queen a5, castle short, bishop c3 bc3, and c4, queen c2, knight e4, rook a c1, and knight b6. Bishop f4 was the last move of whites. So basically what's gonna happen, it's all about this e4 square. So if black manages to keep a blockade on e4, then of course he's gonna be just better. But if white achieves, I don't know, by removing the knight at an f3 e4, then it goes to the famous Botvinnik plan in Nimzo Indian, and then it promises white a good initiative. So the last move was that's actually why black didn't take the bishop on g5 after rook a c1. Though this bishop can hardly participate in a fight for e4 square. So thought white and played so thought black and played knight b6. Actually, knight b6 is called to defend on c4, right? Because in case of a castle, white could have taken on c4. So that's why knight b6. Black had to play bishop f4 then, possibly intending bishop c7, eliminating one of the knights. Well, what happens there then? Bishop f5 comes into my mind. But white has, at least white has knight h4. And maybe followed by f3 and e4 even. So at the moment it's not clear where to place this bishop. So bishop c7, I don't know if it's a threat though. So maybe black just can castle safely, and after bishop c7, not sure if white is planning to play this, but it's possible of course. Then, well, there are different options. I'd say rook e8 is one of them. Then on knight d2, black's gonna play bishop f5. So far looks pretty much solid for black, this one, and well, in this situation, this somewhat tense situation in the center, leaves us a hope for an interesting game. Well, rook c1, knight b6, bishop f4, so that's the current situation here in this game. Then Gulistan Nakpayeva is white against Shao Xu. Well, I have to hurry up a bit as they made quite some moves already. So d4, knight f6. Nimzo Indian is very popular, the classical one. e6, knight c3, bishop b4 for one more time. e3, b6, bishop d3, bishop b7. Basically, it's a choice for white between f3 or knight f3. So f3 has been chosen by Nakpayeva in this game. f3, c5, and a3. So they play a bit different line. Takes back, knight c6, knight e2, castle for white, e5, knight g3. The knight g3 is well, it's interesting, as I suppose this one to be a preparation. Actually, it's a pawn sacrifice. The white could have played d5 here, but it's not recommended, as after d5, knight a5, this pawn needs permanent care, and actually bishop goes to a6, pressing this c4 pawn. So, well, So d5 is not recommending, and normally not recommended. So normally white is trying to, I don't know, to progress with f3, f4, but it's hard to believe here. So f4 immediately would be met with e4, of course, and then not only c1 bishop, but also this bishop becomes bad. So after bishop c2, knight a5, we may get to this famous Nimzovich Black versus Iona game, this immortal game of Zugzwang or so, of blockade, sorry. So, but of course it's not recommended with all the white pieces being so badly placed. So knight g3, actually an interesting idea. Knight improving the position of a knight. Of course, knight f5 is one of the targets, as well as, well, control over e4 is crucial. But of course, it's a pawn sacrifice, so we're gonna see what happens. So cd4, cd4, ed4. But on the other hand, it becomes, I mean, white pieces become very active then. ed4. Okay, it's not a pawn sacrifice even. So, I mean, white obviously is gonna capture back, and then on knight d4, there is bishop h7, of course. Not that white is better here. I mean, in these particular lines, after ed4, I suppose there is something else for black, like d5 maybe. But in case of d5, it may start something with bishop g5, I guess. Yeah, probably d5 is the move then. So, but to my surprise, white is thinking in this position where I don't see much of a choice apart from taking on. Well, there is actually. Just spotted. White can try to play like that, e4, then hoping to win this pawn by playing bishop b2 and knight f5. So in this case, black's gonna try to create a counterplay versus c4 pawn. I don't know, rook c8 probably, and knight a5 lately, or knight e5. So e4 is definitely an option, so that's at least explains why Gulisan Nagbaeva is thinking before capturing on d4. And then the last game for today. Well, the last but not least, Bala Hotenashvili, after scoring 2 consecutive wins. She's black against Alexandra Kostyniuk, who has absolutely the opposite display in the last 2 rounds. She lost both her games after drawing round 1 versus Elena Danielian. Well, Alexandra is white, and of course she's gonna try to improve her score. So e4, e5, another classical opening. The Ruy Lopez, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, castle, bishop e7, and well, d3. So 6d3, which becomes more and more popular. Because there are lots of lines where white facing, I mean, forced lines like this, well, mainstream lines where white is facing trouble to get anything out of the opening, and this d3, well, it's slow positional approach, and somehow white's position is, well, leaves hopes, let's say, to get some initiative. So it's, of course, not that sharp as martial attack or so, but of course still playable, and white sticks to this 6 or sometimes even 5th d4 pretty much nowadays. c3, castle, still all the obvious moves in Ruy Lopez white has to make. Knight d2, knight a5, bishop c2, c5. So the dialogue could have been like that. So black can say, I don't know what I'm playing, but I'm playing Chigorin defense against Chigorin variation against Ruy Lopez. Knight a5, c5, rook e1, queen c7. That's exactly what black does. And well, and if white eventually gonna push d3, d4, that's gonna mean just a Just a known position with tempo less. Albeit white may save a tempo on h2, h3. Rook e1, queen c7, knight f1. Rook e8. All the useful moves they're making. Rook e8, knight g3, and g6. So still, in this particular case, I don't see any progress for white without playing d3, d4 sooner or later, so that is what to expect. And g6, of course, is restricting the knight and also preparing bishop f8, bishop g7. Eventually, if white is not hurrying up with playing d3, d4, then black may think about playing d5. But I have to confess, these Ruy Lopez positions, I mean, they are so fundamental for me that I mean, it's somewhat mysterious, because if we check what white is doing, I mean, white has no space. White spent a lot of time to bring this knight to g3, where it's restricted by g6 pawn, and still white tries to claim an edge, and actually in very, in a huge number of the games, white succeeds. Well, meanwhile, let's go back to our leaders, to Humpy Conero. So she chose queen e2. Not a surprise, as we said, e5 was just pre-major. Queen e2, c6. Here e5 would have been much, well, I'd say much more justified. But after d5, d5, knight d5, I'm not exactly sure, but it looks like a position from Alekhine defense. So, and bishop c4 and queen e2. Also, perhaps black can even try to play it without taking on e5. So, sort of play it like that. So it looks like Alekhine defense, and this queen e2 is somewhat strangely placed. Still, this was playable, like castle short and so on. But Humpy is, well, loyal to her normal style, not to define anything as long as possible. So bishop b3, the bit coward move. So, well, white avoids the obvious threat after c6 was to play d5 and then change the center, let's say, or even sometimes taking on e4 then followed by d5 to ensure the bishop's gonna be changed. So bishop b3 is a nice prophylactic, of course, but well, I just thought, okay, it seems to be really, and furthermore, this bishop b3 might be as well a preparation to go e5 and to have c2, c4 on knight d5. I just thought about something like b6, which might as well be idiotic, but well, perhaps to start with a5, which is, okay, somehow seems useful to me. a5, and if we imagine white playing a2, a4, then b6 might be played, while keeping the intentions to play bishop a6. Although probably white's gonna play d5 in this case. Yeah, so e5 in this case. b6 is a bit too original to be true. c6, bishop b3. Okay, normal way, of course, is just to castle, because still it's the move which is needed. Why not to do it straight away? Actually, e5 at once is possible, but maybe that's actually the move what white is looking for, because take, white can't take at the moment, cannot take on e5 because of this check, and so knight e5 drops the knight, but a certain benefit for white from not developing the knight on c3 is actually that knight could be directed by the other route. I'd say knight d2, knight c4 later. So e5, white's gonna take. Well, and white has to take, I guess, because after, say, castle, then queen is badly placed, and Black's gonna take on d4, and then castle short and plain rook to e8, or ed4, knight d4, castle short, followed by rook e8. In the right moment, this line's gonna tell. So e5, I expect white to take, and then to castle short, intending to get, to bring the knight to c4, eventually getting to this weak square on d6. So it's gonna be somewhat better for white then. It's an almost symmetrical structure, but the bishop being developed on g7 is a bit passive, and also if white already played c7, c6, black already played c7, c6, so this d6 square might be as well a little bit weak. Well, then we are moving to... Okay, this endgame of Stefanova against Daniela developed quite much. Knight a6 we saw. Okay, not much really, but already there is something. g4, knight b4 intermediate, rook a4, and then black played... So I've been describing this position, right? So bishop g6 taking, and concluded it to be a bit better for white, but black prefers to play g5. Well, so that means if white plays knight f3, then there is bishop g6, and if white takes the pawn, black can always win the pawn back actually by playing bishop c2, winning back this pawn on b3, but maybe it's a good moment for black to start with h5 to ruin a bit the pawn, white's pawn structure there, or at least to set the rook into play, and after say rook g1, then black takes, plays bishop c2, eventually equalizing. So g5. So what white did actually, white took on h5, gh4, and c5 followed. c5 attacking this knight. Knight cannot retreat from b4, so a5 seems to be the only move. And then it's not such a great news for black, because this a5 is gonna be weak in the end. Well, perhaps a5 and then b5 black is hoping for. Can't play... Okay, b5 at once is not possible, of course, because white's gonna just take on b5 twice and then take b4. Thus to rook b4, black's gonna capture the rook, but b5 allows knight b5, and then bishop b5 with a check and taking on b4. Even this one is not an end of a story, perhaps. Takes, check, king d8, rook b4, rook b8, but still I don't believe this. c5 and yes, a5 has been played. But sooner or later b5 might be an option to get this bishop back. Okay, perhaps first playing knight d7. Okay, let's say white is developing the knight d7. One of the moves possible. Knight d7, preparing not only e5 but b6 as well, or b5. So black has your counter chances. I suppose a5. Well, Jubin June with Harika, as we said, classical minority attack. e3 castle. To my surprise, okay, b4, maybe it's still premature. So bishop d3, c6, castle, rook e8, queen c2, knight d7, and then it's white to move. So apart from, no, I can't really find any other plan for white apart from this minority attack, but it has to be executed carefully actually. as sometimes it just opens the space for black bishops. So with black being with a pair of bishops, I don't really believe in any central breaks like e4 or something. So I guess rook b1 or something like that has to be played. Perhaps b2, b4 is possible at once as well. Though we are already used that a lot of time takes to go through the opening stage for the players as well, and I wouldn't say they have much worse than knowledge compared to men participants of a Grand Prix, let's say, because I remember being commenting the same here in Tashkent last year's men's Grand Prix, where in the first hour you could have seen like 20-25 moves, and here the first hour of play approaches its end, and so far the longest game, I mean, with the maximum number of moves so far, we have in this 1 hour, we have 14 moves being made in Gira with Muminova, and the same 14 is in Kostyniuk with Otenashvili. So that means it takes really a long time for them. In Hampiconero with Katerina Lagno, it's only 6 moves still after an hour of play. Okay, knight d7, and Harika is thinking. Once again, Gira with Muminova. Okay, we expect this one to be interesting. Queen a4. Black played queen a4. That's a nice move, and as well, normally all the endgames are favorable for black there. In endgame, this b5, a5, b4 ideas become more relevant, let's say, than a break in Santa, because all the white setup is designed to play for a kingside attack. If knight is removed, then f3, e4, and all the white's intentions are about the king side. So if the queens are gone, it's okay for black. So queen b2, and then queen a5 back. So this way, black sort of offering silently offering a draw, because now black wants to play knight a4, of course. But I'm not sure if white forces it to repeat moves, but instead can so queen a5, yeah, with the obvious idea of playing knight a4. Knight a4, then attacking this weak c3 pawn. But white seem to have numerous options here. Okay, first of all, bishop c7, black has knight a5, knight a4. But what happens? Okay, first of all, white can change her bishop for the knight and check. Bishop d7 and queen a3. It's going to be annoying, this queen's position on a3. But still, it's hard for white to drive this knight away. So maybe black is still okay. But what I'm concerned about is bishop. Oh, okay. So knight a4 and queen b7 here. So that's what I don't like, honestly. Queen b7. So this way, white just wins the pawn. I don't see anything good for black in this line. So bishop c7. But maybe there isn't any threat there, so maybe black just can develop. But that's gonna mean black lost a couple of tempi, which is a bit strange. So king d7, which is a greedy move. So, no, okay, it once again can't be right. At least white can. Okay, if white takes, maybe it's not that bad actually. No, but still looks looks horrible. Queen c2, and what the hell the king is doing on d7. So, but otherwise I don't know how to proceed. Okay, bishop c7. Castle is still possible, of course, but then, yeah, castle maybe then intended to play knight a4. So that's possible. But then white is knight d2, for instance. Yeah, but it's still knight a4 option is still on. Yeah, then black can't take on b7. So I mean the positions like that, bishop a5, knight b2, knight e4, d4, normally they are acceptable for black, because black's gonna play here knight on d3 to a superb position here. So queen b2, queen a5, and of course white has an option of repetition with queen c2. So Olga started to sing. Once again, Gulishanna Kabayeva with Shao Xu, and indeed e4 was played after taken after some thought. White went for e4, black played d6 and bishop b2. Eventually the knight is coming to f5, and white is gonna win back the pawn. The knight d7, I'd say knight d7, knight f5 and queen f6 for the moment, keeping the pawn, and then planning to play knight c5, but okay, bishop c2 still black has, and white has, and still the pawn will be maybe bishop e2 actually. Just thought that bishop e2 it might be better, keeping this c4 weak pawn, keeping it defended with the bishop. So that's a possible course of the game. So that is our current situation. Bishop d2. Well, once again, Kostyniuk with Bella Denashvili. Okay. One more move being made. Bishop g5. So white fights the idea of moving the bishop to g7, and black played knight d7. So black don't mind changing these bishops, because bishop is a bit passive normally for a long time. So it's a question what's gonna be white's decision here. But somehow with all black pieces driving a bit away from our king side, there are always some ideas. I'd say queen d2 for instance, and if black takes, which is maybe not the best move, then queen g5, and okay, white already has got two knights here and the queen, and h pawn is running, so it could have been an idea for a kingside attack. All in all, I expect well, an interesting fight today. Well, that's not the current position here. Bishop b3, and I'm back to Hampi Konero with Katerina Lagnov. So that's the current position here. So all in all, I'm expecting an interesting fight today, and well, I don't know if there should be some draws, of course, but once again, they are fighting without any compromises, and well, looks like we're gonna see a lot of exciting battles today. So I'm off for a first break, and then coming back in some 10-15 minutes to comment for you further. dear chess friends, welcome back for a live coverage of the fourth round Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent it is. Well, we going to observe the game's third, and for those who just joined us, I have to repeat that we mostly concentrating today on a game of a leader, Hampi Koneru, because so far she has a perfect score 3 out of 3, so we are wondering if Katerina Lagno will be able to stop Hampi on her run for a second consecutive win of a Grand Prix leg. And of course, if Hampi wins this fourth game in a row and before the free day, of course it gives a huge boost of confidence for her, and well, it would be really hard to stop her further. So, well, that's just a second, I'll bring you the board. So that's the current position. It's developed a bit actually. Bishop b3, black castled, and white eventually played e5, knight d5, followed in h3. So still it switched to some kind of Alekhine defense, with bishop being developed on g7. Well, if white is going to manage to keep everything together, he is obviously going to be better with this pawn on e5, so white has more space. But the question is if white is able to do so after d5, I expect white to take with the pawn, of course. Then a4, for instance, and in case of a5, threatening of a4. Not really threatening, but anyway, to get a4 for black would be nice. a6, and then, well, black has to watch out e6 break in case of knight d7, for example. White may think about e6, but black can try something like knight a6, then playing to knight to c5, knight putting the other knight to b4. So far looks not clear, but how it's going to develop. So d5, also d5 is not really forced, so black can try a7, a5 at once, and both of them spending their time, because, well, the position we have now are out of both players' repertoire, so I don't remember Katerina playing Alekhine, and I don't remember Hampi to play e4. So that means position is new for them. Then we switch to Elina Danielian with Antoanetta Stefanova. So this weak pawn on a5 already has been highlighted. So white played bishop d2, and black responded with king d7. So then it's a question what's gonna happen after knight a2, for instance, because it seems like black cannot defend the pawn really. So this pawn on a5 once again. So knight a2, rook a2, and eventually this pawn's gonna be taken, although black may still have a hope for a compensation here. Well, but maybe black has b6 actually. So if a b6, then bishop p4, using white's slight lack of development, maybe black can succeed in defending this take, and okay, it seems like black cannot save, white cannot save b pawn. Other is something like rook a4 though, and but still after rook b8 it looks like black's gonna win the pawn back. Anyway, it's pretty much complicated, this one, and Elina already spent a huge amount of time. She's down to 48 minutes, and well, the line till some point is very well known, so that means she already started to play herself, not repeating the moves she prepared at home. While switching third at June with Harika Tronavali. So that's the position we've seen. Knight d7 and b4 was the move, as been predicted. So that's gonna be, well, minority attack. a6, a4. So including a6, a4 helps black to get rid of additional weaknesses on the queen side. So knight f8 was played. b5, ab5, ab5. Rook takes a1, and of course white's gonna respond with rook a1. Yeah, that was played. Rook a1. So, and well, minority attack already has succeeded, I'd say. So black's gonna have weakness on c6, but it's hard to imagine that black won't be able to defend this weakness. So I expect next white move to be b takes c6, but after bc6, bc6, I don't know, knight e6 for instance, which is just a normal move, then bc6, bc6, and well, this pawn is weak, but this perhaps is not enough to claim a real advantage here. So, well, and as well, black is, well, doesn't have a lot of attacking options also, so quite a possibility that we're gonna see a quiet draw here. So b5, changing on e1, how to sharpen up the position. I don't know, bishop g4 made the bishop g4, knight d2, and well, okay, knight d2 at least looks like a logical follow-up, and perhaps c5 is the move here. Yeah, okay, this looks much more interesting. c5, if white takes, then d4. If white takes again, then queen d4, and all of a sudden it becomes well, pretty much unbalanced. Or okay, maybe this one is just good for black. It's too many hanging pieces all of a sudden. So take bishop g4 is actually a move to consider. So bishop g4 here. Perhaps white can take intermediately there on f3, because bishop on c6, because bishop f3. Maybe white has cb7, and when bishop retreats, then rook a8, queen in the pawn. Yeah, so bc6, but still after bc6, knight e2. As has been said, first of all, it's not that hard for black to just defend this pawn, and also c5 might be the case. Well, okay, but it's less clear here, so c5, there are some bishop b5 moves. Maybe. Also knight d2 retreat is of course not a necessary one. Even if black takes on f3, it's not the end of the world, as light squared bishop's gonna defend white king quite safely. So all in all, looks like even chances for both players here. I don't expect any sharp things to happen there. So meanwhile, Olga Giriab is Nafisa Muminova, so we saw Muminova trying to repeat the position, but of course the move which was mentioned is bishop c7 was played here. Black played castle. Black played castle, and then Nafisa is thinking what to do further. Oh no, it's Olga Giriab to move actually now, because from a camera view I can see both of them sitting, concentrating. So I thought it's black to move, but of course, yeah, castle, and it's white to move now. So Olga is looking for a way to progress, and I guess we already have mentioned the line knight d2, knight a4, where okay, perhaps perhaps white has some other options. So queen b7 is not good anymore. Bishop b7, bishop a5, and knight on d2 is lost. So queen b7 is not an option. Still there is something with queen a3, queen c7, knight e4, take on e4, queen a4, bishop e6, something like that. But it should be, normally should be acceptable for black, this one. So eventually black's gonna get a6, b5, and although, well, literally this, we can call this bishop e6 as a bad bishop, but in fact white's bishop on e2 might be even more passive, restricted by the black pawns. So knight d2, knight a4, and in the other line bishop a5, knight d2, knight e4, d4. We've mentioned that after landing the knight on d3, black shouldn't be really wars. So all in all it's okay. Knight d2 perhaps doesn't promise any advantage here. And what black is planning to do is to develop the bishop. I don't know, perhaps bishop g4 is also a possibility, and then chase this bishop away with rook to c8. So white has to hurry up with her plan. Don't know how to progress this. If knight d2 doesn't work, then knight e1 seems to be too slow. Also the knight on e1 does nothing. Queen c2 once again is probably answered with queen a4, because this endgame, for example, should be still okay for black. Although rook b1, even rook a6 black can play. The rook b2 is not possible as c3 is hanging. Then black's gonna play bishop d7 and b5, or bishop f5 is a threat, of course. So, despite losing a couple of tempi, well, it's a relative loss, because queen on b2 runs under some knight a4 all the time, so maybe black doesn't lose anything with this queen a5, queen a4 maneuver. Gulishan Nakbaeva versus Zhao Xu. Bishop b2 was answered with rook c8. As being said, so black is looking to win the pawn on c4, then rook c8, rook c1, knight knight a5, bishop a6 first, knight f5, knight a5, white took on d4, and black played rook e8, so that's a bit surprising, I have to say. Rook e8. It's not clear why black. Okay, if black takes on c4 with the knight, then perhaps it's queen a4 then. Yeah, but if bishop takes. Okay, if bishop takes, it's the same. Bishop takes, knight takes, and well, and something. Queen a4 once again. Yeah, queen a4 looks actually quite unpleasant, as knight cannot retreat. In case of knight a5, white takes on c8, and the knight c7 wins the queen. Oops. So rook e8 has been played, and white is thinking what to do. Still, it's not that easy to defend the pawn on c4, and normally white shouldn't do this. I mean, okay, this knight d3 is possible for the moment, the pawn is defended, but still after something like knight d7, knight e5, black will have more pieces than attack this c4 pawn. So in fact I expect white to look for some tactical possibilities to defend the pawn on c4 indirectly. Well, it would be nice to bring the queen to g3 or something, but I don't know if white can do this. Queen e1, because there is knight b3, of course. The queen has been guarding b3 square, and after queen e1 there is knight b3. Still there is queen. Oh, okay, queen g3, knight h5. This is fairly unpleasant. Knight h5 attacking the queen, and when queen goes, then black takes something. Probably the bishop. Yeah, which is more important than an exchange. And also knight c1, there is bishop g7. So knight d4, black should be fine. Knight f6 back. So instead white played queen d2, which is quite interesting as well. So now it looks like knight b3 simply loses after queen g5. Queen g5, and how do you defend g7? That what we can ask from black. Knight h5 there is, but after queen h5, no, it's just a material advantage for white. Knight c1, even white can take back the knight on c1. Yeah, so black has to defend against this queen g5 coming. Well, and it's not easy, I have to say, as h6 obviously runs under knight takes h6, queen takes h6, with well, quite an unpleasant attack. So black has to play rook. Okay, there is rook e6. I said rook e5 is the only move. Okay, rook e6 there is, but still it has to be something with f4. Yeah, and still black is not in time to get rid of this bishop, of white's bishop from d4. On knight b3, white just plays rook f3, and rook g3 is coming. f4, queen f8, there is queen f8. Then, well, okay, it makes life a bit harder for white. So I thought queen g5, but queen g5, black has queen g7. Oh, okay, maybe it's not that easy after all. But anyway, h6 looks, well, suspicious to say the least. And, well, while knight takes h6 is of course quite tempting. So queen d2, rook e6 was played. So black prepares a square for a knight's retreat. Knight e8. But then, well, white may just play something like rook c3, and in a case of eventual capture there, I don't know, rook captures, something like that. Still white has a potential to attack on the king side. Rook d1 or c1, maybe rook d1, and somehow, so I don't see any risk for white here, despite she's a pawn down. Well, moving further then, Alexandra Kostyniuk with Bella Hatenashvili. So that's the position there. Okay, not that one. And knight bishop g5, knight d7. That was from our analysis. This queen d2 move and so on. So knight d7, and white played another possible option here. So b4, knight c6 back, and a3. So this way white also ensures she has a chance to step on b3 with the bishop developing the bishop to this diagonal. So it will be, once again, it will be most probably about the king side intentions of white. Meanwhile, we got a couple of moves from Conero, and well, after d5 actually white took with the knight, and I have to say, well, I've been a lane player myself, and well, normally it has to be just okay for black, because okay, this queen e2 is, well, but black has to react carefully and, I mean, and just in time, because okay, if you let if you let white to build up the position, let's say bishop e6 castle, and then, I don't know, knight a6, if white builds up the position, defending this knight on e5 for a couple of times, then he's gonna have strong positional pressure, and obviously that's what Humpy is looking for. So d5, knight e5, and black has to find a way how to challenge this knight from e5. So bishop e6 still looks okay, but then maybe knight d7 then. Knight d7, although white may even think of just moving the knight back. No, okay, in this case c5 seems to be fine. c5, no, not really, knight g5. Well, so it's complicated really. Knight e5. Perhaps knight d7 at once deserves attention. Knight d7 at once in case of knight f3. Black as well may just play e6 after castle, promote c5, trying to equalize this way. It will be some problems with black's c8 bishop. Maybe c5 is, so I mean after c5 white may try something like that. Takes on c5. No, but shouldn't be really bad for black, as black's gonna get a lot of tempi there with rook e8. Okay, basically the position of queen on e2 is not the best for this particular setup. So it was just good here to play queen e2, but then I thought white should refrain from e5. So I'm pretty much surprised that Conero is combining, I'd say, two plans here. Castle, h3, d e5, and knight e5. So Katerina is thinking. Well, and it's ninth move, and they both spend like 45 minutes each to get to this ninth move, so we expect a huge time trouble here later on. Well, so what happens in Daniela with Stefanova? King d7. That was the position we've seen. King d7, knight a2 has been set. Knight a2, rook a2, and then instead of playing this b7 b6, black just played bishop e7. So if white takes on a5, basically what happens, if white takes on a5 here, then, well, but to take with the bishop is just bad, if I got it right, because there is b6 trick, and after cb6, okay, bishop cannot capture is the rook is after cb6 there is rook a5 and bishop b4, so bishop can't take on a5. After rook a5, if I got it right, black's plan is, I don't know if to take on there's some different options, maybe to take on a5 or just to play knight e4 for instance. So white is really undeveloped, so it's maybe not a good idea to open a file for black. So bishop e7, and well, white has to come up with something else. But then black's gonna probably okay, well, white can play something like f2 f3. Well, f2 f3 leaves the pawn undefended, and maybe black just has a time to capture this pawn and land the knight to g3, so f3 is not really recommended. All in all, it looks like black is, I mean, dynamically black is just in time to cover everything. So in case of bishop e2 for instance, black already can safely play knight e4. If white allows this exchange, then it's just, I mean, no trouble for black whatsoever. It might be actually white who would be in trouble lately, after black's gonna manage to play this b7 b6. So black seems to equalize comfortably after bishop e7. Once again, June with Harika. So June played bishop d7 instead of our bishop g4. And Harika actually played knight d2 herself. So knight is moving to greener pastures to b3. b3 and eventually c5. But still there are some ideas connected with c6, c5 for black. Don't know how to start with which move to start, but yeah, at the moment c5. I don't know if maybe it's still possible though. c5, but no, doesn't look like. But something like knight e6 should be just fine. Knight e6, then okay, black is just too solid. I mean, with only one weakness on c6, I don't expect black to lose. The knight d2. But of course precision is needed, and that's exactly why she's spending so much time in this relatively simple position. So knight e6 was just played, and okay, we're gonna see how it's going to develop. Okay, Olga Gira versus Nafisa Muminova. So Gira disagreed with your commentator and decided knight e1 is just okay, of which I doubt, to be honest. So knight e1 was played. If you remember, we've mentioned this. Knight e1 is just not okay. It didn't appeal to me to be a good move, but perhaps it is. I don't know. Knight e1. There is of course a concrete threat of playing f2, f3. Still, black is not in time to get rid of this pin. So it's quite tricky actually. If black tries to develop normally like bishop e6, then f3 and knight has to go away. And well, then white can try to move this knight somewhere at least. But it still will be hard for white to get e3, e4 with knight being on e1. So it's pretty much double-edged. Yeah, let's say like this, and still it's hard to imagine where to place this knight. Okay, there is an option to play g2, g4 followed by knight g2, you know, knight f4, something like that. But black also has counterplay rook c8, bishop, I'd say bishop g3, then knight, putting the knight to a4 and b5, so finalizing the build-up there on queen side. Although after knight g2, white's prospects on king side seem to be promising. The e4 ideas, g5 and so on. While black just played the move, so I'm waiting to receive this move. I can see it from a camera view that black just played the move. Knight e1, and black played something, but I don't know what. I'd say rook e8 is interesting as well, because after f3, knight f6, the pawn on e3 is hanging. So white will have to spend some more time. Well, I can see. Well, eventually I've got the move. So black played bishop d7, which is also a possibility. f3. Still, black has to retreat to f6. After, well, g4 is still possible, actually. So rook c8, maybe bishop f4 to defend this one. Knight g2, then somehow concentrating everything on the king side. Well, perhaps bishop g3 is just okay, because knight from g2 is going to defend the pawn. knight a4 still. White is moving something like queen d2. Yeah, the position is quite tricky actually, and if turns out to be like that, if white is gonna start with moving these central pawns, it's pretty hard to stop him. The current situation is this one, so knight f6, and Olga Gira is thinking what to do. Well, Kulishan Nakbayeva Vichao Xum, though we saw this one, queen d2, rook e6, and well, as has been said, rook c3, white played. Then black is thinking, so okay, once again, I believe it's quite a promising position for Kulishan, but she spends, well, once again, she spent already quite much time, although 40 minutes and 40 minutes left and not such a lot of moves, 20 moves in 40 minutes. Definitely manageable, so it's much more important to find the proper setup for your pieces. So once again, it has been said, I expect black to take here. Now I'm not sure if white has to take on c4, because white has options, obviously. Oh, okay, there is actually knight c4 is not possible, so there is queen g5. I mean, it is possible, but then knight e8 black can't play simply because white takes on d8 and c4. So after queen g5, black has to play g6, which looks like, of course, a huge weakening of king's position. There might be some tactical ideas. Okay, check king f8, the only move, and then something with rook c1, let's say. Yeah, wouldn't be over optimistic about black's position, so it certainly looks dangerous. The rook c3 is just a good move then. Maybe black has to retreat this knight immediately, like knight e8. But okay, black would prefer to have this knight on d7 e5, but what to do? Actually, knight c6 was played, retreating the other knight, and okay, much more logical, to be honest. I just missed this one. Knight c6, yeah, the bishop is caged, restricted with its own rook on c3, so bishop now can't move there. Can't move there because of this rook on c3. If bishop leaves the long diagonal, then definitely black can breeze easier. Well, perhaps bishop f2, intending to bring the bishop to h4 to create another pin. That could be an idea. Knight c6. Well, direct queen g5 doesn't seem to bring anything. Queen g5, just knight d8. White has to change queens, which is, of course, not her intentions, I believe. Queen takes, rook takes, and okay, this should be balanced. White has got a weak pawn on c4, and black has got a weak pawn on d6, so it just has to be roughly balanced, this one. So bishop, knight c6 was answered with bishop f2, and black played knight d7, so as been said, black would prefer to move the knight on d7, not e8, of course. Well, but still there are options for some tricks, and I'd say c5 is possible in this position. So let's check c5. Still very dangerous initiative. So c5, bishop t3, rook t3, then taking d6 eventually, let's say on knight c5. Well, I can take on, and then if I have to take to take on c5 and then take d6, I don't know who's better there. It might be quite tricky. Bishop takes, b takes. if white takes with the rook, then rook d6, knight d6, black has knight d4. Very unpleasant. And then white can't take on c8 because of knight f3 check. So white will have to retreat to c4. And okay, black has to be fine. Okay, there is queen f4 actually. So it's not over, queen f4, but oh no, there isn't. So knight e2 check. And, well, knight d4, and white has to retreat, and then okay, it's only black who can be better there. Well, so that's the position actually, knight d7, and this c5 which I've offered might not be quite the best move here. Though maybe bishop c5 is not needed. What happens if white just takes on on d6 directly? Rook takes, and okay, it's not so nice to take with the knight, of course, because there's going to be a pin here. But I'm not sure if black can use it, because this endgame, okay, shouldn't be that much better. Even in case of rook d8, which seemed to blunder a pawn after bishop c5, bc5, knight b7, but okay, there is rook d3 for instance, and black should survive this. Anyway, knight d7 is white move, and we're gonna leave Koliskan sinking, and gonna move to Kostyniuk versus Bella Hotenashvili. The a3, knight b6 has been played, where white continued. Okay, I don't see much of a logic, to be honest, because if white wanted to take on e7, she should have taken it once, I believe, because after a3, knight b6, black is given a chance to choose after bishop takes e7. Ah no, it wasn't like that, sorry, it was knight f1 first, then after bishop e6, bishop takes e7, black preferred to take with the queen, and white played knight e3. So looks. Now I don't see any objective factors to claim an advantage for white. Black is well mobilized, and the king is safe, relatively safe. So at the moment, don't see why exactly white has to be better. Well, once again, back to Hampikanero with Katerina Lagno. I believe they made some moves here. Then after de5, knight e5, knight d7 was played. Knight d7, castle, oops, sorry, knight d7, and white just castled. Where black played knight e5, de5, and then typical would be something like bishop e6. After getting rid of one pair of white pieces, white well, capitalizes his pawn on e5, so now it's pretty much safe. But well, black, who has less space, let's say, also can breathe easier after exchanging a pair of knights. So all in all, seems close to be equal. Okay, with some slight pressure for white, but we already know how much Humpy can squeeze out of a slight pressure. So no, should be aware about that. Lina Danielian once again, and I will screen Lina Danielian versus Antoanetta Stefanova. So I declared after bishop e7, black to equalize comfortably. So bishop e7, white played bishop d3. Then now white intends to take this knight in case of knight e4. So bishop d3 is actually a better move. And black took on h5, which is okay. A pawn is still a pawn, but I don't know if it was necessary to take it straight away. White played king e7, And it looks like this a pawn will be lost anyway sooner or later. So actually, perhaps I was too optimistic perhaps about black already equalizing the game. But it's clear what white is doing. White is preparing rook a1 followed by b4, so not only winning the a pawn but also getting rid of the double pawns here. So I'd say in case of, but actually rook g8 is, I believe, possible, but even though white can even take on h7, because in case of rook g2, king f3, rook has to move back. So basically that's what's gonna happen. King is guarding the g file, and well, both rooks going to a file, so well, it won't be that easy for Antoinetta. After king e2, well, she has to come up with some good stuff here. Don't know what's gonna happen. Well, some more moves in Humpy with Katerina. Bishop e6, rook e1, and then finally a5, the move I've been advertising in this Alehin defense structure. The point of the move actually that, well, okay, it would be nice to get the space first of all. If black is allowed to play a5, a4, he has to be happy. So, and if white plays a4, that ensures the b4 square for the knight in case of eventual c2, c4. So white would like to play c4 as well, but a bit later in this game. But then if white already has played a4, then every time c4 is met with knight b4, so black is just comfortable. So the white then has to look for some other way to stop a4, which is not easy, I have to say. And also b7, b5 could be a next move of black. So I won't be surprised if black will even get the better chances because of slight lack in development for white. c3 is still possible though. c3, a4, bishop c2. Trying to continue in a solid way. As long as the pawn on e5 is alive, still it's hard to imagine black getting something serious here on a queen side without the support of g7 bishop. Because, yeah, perhaps it's a better way to continue, because after a4 has been mentioned, so knight on d5 becomes quite stable, because, well, c4 is always answered with knight b4. Okay, so Humpy is thinking, and well, I have to check. Okay, it looks like everybody's thinking, so they stopped to play. I mean, stopped to play very fast, and I guess I can have a break once again. Then coming back in some 10 minutes, we're going to proceed to probably to the most spectacular, the most exciting stage, this third hour of play, when already we have sometimes the time troubles, you know, and okay, that's going to be exciting, so come back to us. Well, I have a break then. welcome back for a live coverage of a fourth round of FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Well, beg your pardon, this particular break went a bit longer than had been expected. Really the games progressed much further, and well, I hope we can cover them in time, because that's a third hour of play, the most exciting, of course. Coming back to the game of our leaders, Hampi Conero versus Katerina Lagno. Well, that's the position we saw actually. A5, A4 nevertheless was played by Hampi. Katerina played knight c7. Actually, to be honest, I don't like this move so much. But okay, knight d2, bishop takes b3 and knight b3, knight e6, bishop d2, queen c7 and bishop c3. So, well, looks like black will have to play b7, b6 sooner or later to defend his d5 pawn. But it's anyway, I mean, black is so solid, I don't expect much of a trouble for her. Well, I guess we have to switch faster between the games, because some of them seem to be really exciting. But okay, no news so far in Daniela and with Stefanova, so the same position remains. Already been mentioned that the last white's moves, king e2, king e1, e2, prepares rook to a1, and well, white's gonna win back the pawn. But while black's double pawns on h-file are hardly relevant, as long as this h3 is alive, then double pawns of white on b-file might be set in motion, b4 and then b5 once a5 pawn is gone. So white seems to have better chances. Juve in June with Harika, knight e6, and then white played bc6. No, sorry, it wasn't like that. White started with knight b3 first. Knight b3, black played queen b8, then bc6, bc6, and knight a4 eventually. Sorry, knight a4 eventually getting the knight to c5. And well, it will be, as been said, it will be slightly better for white this one, if white manages to get the knight to c5. But still, I don't expect black to lose, as even the passive setup, I don't see how to break through if black moves the rook and then keeps the bishop on e8. Although maybe lifting the rook is a nice idea. Rook e7, then in case of knight c5, well, I'm not sure which knight, but maybe it's not that important. Knight c5 and even bishop e8. Well, bishop is indeed passive, but rook is coming to an a-file, and well, the only weakness of black is, well, covered at the moment, and black seems to be pretty solid here. Juve in June, meanwhile, down to 25 minutes. So, well, but still, it's a tough task for Harika, because I expect Chinese with white pieces to press for some 30-40 moves further in this position. Okay, Olga Giria with Nafisa Muminova, h3, knight f3, knight f6, bishop e5 followed, bishop e5, so intending to spoil the black structure there, so queen a6 was played, and then well, as far as I got it, if white takes on f6, then knight a4 is gonna follow. In case of queen b4, then queen takes f6. But okay, white can take on b7, so I'm not quite sure what is this. Perhaps white just decided it's a bit too risky, as to bishop c6. Black will have an initiative for this sacrificed pawn. The rook e8, rook b8, some tempi, but still was worth considering. Anyway, bishop d1, so white prefers to keep it, you know, in a logical way, not destructing yourself by taking some dubious pawns. Okay, knight d8, g2, g4. So this way, perhaps even queen could be transferred to g2 sometimes, or f2. Rook c8, knight g2. So white is building up a solid ground to prepare a kingside attack. Eventually e4, and so on. e4, knight to e3. Yeah, looks like black failed to succeed in well, obtaining a counterplay there on a king side, on a queen side, sorry. So I'm not quite sure if black's gonna manage to hold, because as been said, so black has to react very carefully, as if white's attack ever starts here with, I mean, e4, e5, and then attack on a king side, it hardly can be stopped. So what black has to do is to use all the preventive measures, not to let white to start this attack, whatever. Okay, then we move to Kulishan Akpaev of his Chaosu. That was a very complicated position, and then c5, which I tried to claim as a possibility, was indeed played in the game. So bishop d3, rook d3, knight c5, bishop c5, bc5, but knight d6, which is stronger than my rook d6 I tried. So knight d6, rook b8, and knight f7. So they've started some tactical battle here. Okay, knight f7, it's quite easy attacking the queen. So queen b6, intending to play this c4 check here, and white went for rook d7. The white pieces are starting to come there into the direction of black king with, okay, queen g5 is the possibility. I mean, in case of knight d4, for example, white has queen g5. Now, well, knight h6 is a threat, of course. Knight h6 is the threat. So rook g6 and then queen d5. So then white is threatening the famous mate. So after, say, c4, there is this mate, knight h6, queen g8, finally mating on f7. So white's position is looks really attractive after rook d7, and well, it's up to black to find the defense. Well, perhaps black has to start with c4. Well, that makes more sense. c4 check, king goes, and then, well, but then there isn't any knight d4 anymore. What would be desirable for black is to actually to go to an endgame somewhere here. When g7, well, I mean, when the king won't be a source of trouble anymore, and as well, his c4 pawn may start to tell, so queen b2 or something like that. Oh, okay, queen b2, it's still queen d5, which is rather unpleasant. So, I don't know, c4. Yeah, if not c4, then, I mean, if knight d4 is a move for black, then after queen g5, it's pretty hard. Don't know how to defend on g7, and rook g6, queen d5, black seems just lost. And knight d4 was played, actually. So I don't know if there is anything else. And well, I even thought about something like knight f3 here, as gf3 is not possible due to rook g6. But after rook f3, I don't see much of a threat, to be honest. So there is c4 check, for instance. White can play rook f2, and still this threat of knight h6 is on. The queen b1, rook f1, and the game is over. So that's a perfect chance for Gulishan Nakbaeva to start her record, the record of her wins in a Grand Prix here in Tashkent, in an overall Grand Prix. That's her first leg to play. Okay, and we switch into Alexandra Kostyniuk being white against Bella Hotenashvili. So quite a complicated position that is. Knight e3, rook a d8 on the move from Bella. Queen d2 and queen f6. So well, it's really, I don't know who's playing for, who's trying to prove an advantage here. I'm already not sure, because quite logically I've expected white to demonstrate anything, but at the moment what I can see, okay, d4 is not going anywhere. Black sooner or later will be ready for d6, d5, so black is perfectly centralized. So I don't see any objectives for white to claim an advantage. So possibly white, in actual fact, it has to act carefully not to went into a bad position. So d4, yeah, d4 doesn't work. Something like rook a d1 is possible, seemingly preparing this d4 break, but in this case black has something like, okay, maybe d5 at once actually. d5 at once and ed5, knight d5. Or just maybe making it easier, just taking, sorry, not c4, but taking on b4. When white takes back, then d5. Breaking in the center, and with all the pieces being centralized, black should be okay here. So I'd say the only problem in black's position is this knight on c6, which is a little bit restricted here with the c3 pawn, but of course it's just a relative weakness. Black should be absolutely fine. Well, okay, then once again back to Conero with Lagno. Well, I expect actually the action in this game not to be over, although the position is a bit quiet, but the girls are starting to be short on time, and normally that's the stage when they starting to make mistakes, and though, well, making women chess less predictable and, well, I'd say more exciting for spectators to watch. So queen e4, that's the current position here. Still, actually, I guess, despite the, well, not such a good knowledge in the opening, still Humpy got what she wanted. A bit of advantage with no risk to lose, and she's going to continue to press. But I hardly see her winning this game, because, okay, black is just too solid. It looks like black just can try to swap all the rooks. Rook d8. Okay, white can of course play rook e1, but at least black's gonna have a d file, and so outpost on d5. So I expect white to take as well. Then I'm trying to make queen d8 work, but not sure if it's possible. Although it might be, because after queen c6, black has this check and taking on c2, also threatening to take on e5 with the check. So white will have to play queen e8, and white's knight is hanging as well. So after bishop f8, for example, though it's, well, looks not completely safe for black, but perhaps it is. Also f2 is targeted, so I just missed it. So after, say, knight d4, black just simply captures e2, f2, and then knight e6, f e6. black can't be warred. So, well, of course not. The line is too long and far from being obvious, but okay, that was just the offer to get rid of those rooks for black, because basically that's what black is looking for, some simplifications, and eventually the only black's problem is this bishop on g7, which is till the moment is out of play. So black would like to play f6 one day maybe, but in this case the less pieces are better. The less pieces on the board, the better it is for black, in order to prepare f7, f6. Well, moving further, Danielian with Stefanova, king e2, and black played b6. Okay, if it works, it will be just in time. Otherwise, as we already described, after rook h e1, white would have really a huge advantage. So b6, challenging white's pawn chain. After c b6, rook h b8. Well, if black gets back this pawn, then she has to be alright, of course. The rook a5, black took on a5, bishop a5, and bishop d8, so trying to keep it simple. Well, it's still not entirely clear to me what is going on. Well, basically at the moment white is pawn up, but well, this pawn on p6 going to be lost, and well, white will be left with those double b pawns. So basically white can capture on h7, of course, still remaining with the pawn up after taking on b6 and moving the bishop to c2, but those b pawns are hardly it's an extra pawn which matters. So once again I'm reconsidering my mind and declaring that Stefanova managed to equalize finally, but it was very important, I guess, to find this b6. So both girls are okay with the time so far, roughly 25 minutes for each of them. June with Harika Dronavali. So some more pieces have been exchanged after knight a4, bishop e7, and that is definitely a way to play as well. So knight a to c5, which is maybe not that important as both knights being taken here. Queen c5, and well, white got almost maximum she could. So c6 is weak, but still it's hard to imagine white winning this one after, say, moving the rook for black and just... okay, that's what happened. So rook d8, followed by bishop e8, and this pawn is defended well. The black's task would be to change a pair of rooks as well. So, well, it's going to be a long game, I believe, as Chinese player won't stop to try to achieve something, but so far black looks pretty solid. Moving further, Olga Giriav is Nafisa Mominova, knight g2, and only one move followed there, so rook c6 and e3, e4. Finally, white decided she's ready for this break. Knight c8. Well, what kind of move is that? It all looks suspicious, I have to say. Knight c8. Okay, so she's looking to bring the rook on b6 or something. Okay, white can come to f2 with the queen. Actually, it's a question if white can take there on d5. The rook b6 I expect to be played, and something like queen f2, or even e2 maybe, queen e2, which makes knight e7 impossible. So on knight e7 there is bishop takes g7 here, rook b6, queen e2, then knight e3 eventually, and starting the pawn's rush. And at the moment white will be an extra pawn as well on d5, so still black has difficulties winning the pawn back. Well, all in all looks much better for white, this one. Knight c8. And well, and of course white has some spare options here, like, I don't know, moving back the bishop. I mean, the least sophisticated way. I mean, just moving back the bishop. Okay, rook b6. Let's say white doesn't care much. Just queen d2, then followed by e5. Well, maybe in this way, in this case it's not that easy. Okay, take and knight f6. Knights are starting to jump here. They're attacking both pawns, and it might be not entirely clear, although with, well, with the knight on c8 still white black's position doesn't look that much impressive. And also after rook b6 white could have played something else, namely queen e2. So, well, black has a hard time, I have to say. e4, knight c8. Well, actually it's Kiriato move, so we still don't know how she's going to continue, but okay, definitely her position deserves to be preferred. And okay, Kulishan Nakpaeva with Chao Xu. So d4, well, it's my analysis line. So knight d4, that was a current position when I thought queen g5 is an interesting idea. For some reason, I don't know why it wasn't played here. So queen g5 to be an interesting idea. So how black's gonna defend? So rook g6, still it's queen d5, perhaps queen e6 then. Okay, that would be a possibility. Okay, anyways, instead of playing queen g5, white went for knight g5. Knight g5, rook g6, e5. So e5, and black played h6. Actually, already here white could have played something like queen 8. Okay, queen a2 is probably met with c4 here. So that is what I believe tricky Chao Xu prepared. c4, then if queen c4 check, so it's knight e6 counter check. And on king h1 black captures the knight, winning a piece. Yeah, this looks likely. So maybe that was what actually white missed when played knight g5. I'm not absolutely sure. Anyway, e5 and h6 was the move of Chao Xu. So then at least black king is safely defended. Black king is defended, so if knight moves, then black may think of starting to push the c-pawn. Okay, knight e4. Normal move, no mystery. And well, so white is a pawn up, but looks like black has certain chances. First of all, there is queen e6 here, which actually, okay, I'm not sure what's going on, something sharp. Ah, well, there is knight f3, so this is what Kulishan possibly blundered, and that was played. Knight f3, rook f3, check on b1, and then, okay, check on b1, and then it's, well, rook f1 is probably the move to play. And when black takes on e4, I think now it's already black pieces which are more active, with rook being just finely placed on G2, on G6, defending G7, attacking G2. So maybe it's a good idea for white just to go for an endgame here. After Queen D5, Rook D5, with eventually this endgame finishing in a draw. Well, I suppose it will. So Gulistan is thinking after Queen B1 check. Because there are of course spare options like Queen D1 and okay, King F2 doesn't work. Yeah, looks like King F2 doesn't work, but maybe even King F2 is possible, although I don't know what for. White has to play King F2, because I mean on Rook B2 there is something, there is Knight F6 check. If Rook takes, then White just takes back. White is happy. If Pawn takes, then at least, oh okay, I thought White has a perpetual, but she hasn't, so that's not good. Okay, after check, you know what was played, but I suppose Rook B1 was played really. No, sorry, Rook F1. Yeah, Rook F1, Queen E4, and as I said, that's a point for Gulistan to clarify her intentions, if she wants to go for an endgame or not. But well, it looks like it's the best solution. I mean, just to swap the queens and those drawish tendencies of Rook endgames. I mean, although it's 4 rooks on the board, but still pretty good chance to end up in a Rook endgame. And those drawing tendencies are well known, so should be no problem for White to make a draw here. Once again, moving to Kostyniuk with Hatenashvili, Rook A D1. Yes, exactly, that was what we said, and that was played. So Rook A D1, CB4, A B4, D5. I guess I mentioned this one in my comments before. A B5, D5. White reacted with E D5, Knight D5, and then Alexandra thinking how to proceed is, while White's position in actual fact starts to become critical, because after Knight D5, Bishop D5, which seems to be the most obvious, then White has difficulties defending this knight on F3, as let's say Rook E3, well, looks fairly dangerous after E4. Yeah, in general it seems like after Knight D5 black is just better mobilized, and also has some room advantage, so has to be a bit better for black. Meanwhile, Gulistan just played Queen D5 check, so this position, yeah, Queen D5, so not a lot of choice, but Queen takes, and then Rook takes D5. Well, and while I've been commenting for you, I have to announce one of our games has already finished in this position, but I offered to change the rooks on D1 for black. Instead, it went Knight G5, Knight G5, Queen E3, Knight G6, Queen A4, and the girls repeated the moves. So that's the first draw in this round. Hampi Conero versus Katerina Lagnon. And as well, we're gonna have a first press conference of today. So I guess I'll make a break for a press conference, and then we're going to continue. But quite an unexpected. I thought Hampi's gonna try it for a little bit more, but perhaps, okay, you know, to produce 3 wins already takes you a lot of energy. So I'm off for a press conference, and then we're going to continue that.
I really spent a lot of time in the hotel, so time to go out a bit.
Okay, thank you, and see you the next round in Moscow.
Welcome back for our live coverage of the fourth round, third leg of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Well, we just had a press conference of Hampi Canero versus Katerina Lagno, who finished their game in a draw with a repetition of moves near the move 20, but well, it's quite understandable as it was quite a tough start, which was brilliantly executed by Hampi Conner with 3 out of 3, so she needed really a bit of rest. And well, tomorrow is a free day, so hopefully they will restore their batteries and going to fight third after the free day in round 5. So meanwhile, let us check what is going on in the other games. So Elina Danilian with Antoanetta Stefanova. Well, I'm just gonna bring you the board. So that's the current position here. Bishop c2. Black played f5. Oops. No, not like that actually. Rook g1. Bishop b6. Bishop c3. Oh, bishop d8 it was. Bishop d8, bishop c2, f5, and rook g8 was the move of Elina Danilian. So I don't expect well, either player to lose this one, as black seems to be pretty solid and white, of course, in possession of 2 bishops. Shouldn't risk much as well, although in the long run, if rooks are changed, then perhaps white can try to execute an exchange of one b pawn on a black c pawn, then having a passed pawn on b file. But even if it happens, it might be still not enough, because black looks pretty solid in the center on the king side. The knight f6 was played, chasing the rook from g8, so asking. Okay, after rook h8, I believe black won't have anything better but to play bishop. Okay, so I said bishop c7, but there is a dangerous plan of playing king e7, and then king goes step by step to catch the opponent's rook. Although there is bishop a5, yeah, so still it's hardly realistic to catch this rook. Well, rook a8. 8 may as well finish in a draw, by the way. Bishop here, rook b8, bishop c5, king f7, and okay. So I mean, to finish in a draw, it has to be like that. Bishop a5, rook a8 with the. Okay, it's not a repetition though, because white has b4. Okay, it's tricky, I have to say. Well, anyway, it never happened. After knight f6, there was rook g7 played, and black answered with bishop e7. So eventually, I still expect these rooks to be changed with rook g8. Moving further, Juvin June with Harika Dronavali. Well, a lot of moves since last time we left the position. Queen c5, rook d8. Well, rook b1, queen c7. As has been said, there only one weakness for black on c6, and I don't expect black to have a lot of difficulties defending this one. So bishop e8, bishop e2, rook a8, bishop f3, queen a7, queen d6, oops, not queen c6 of course, queen d6, and queen d7. They're insisting on queen's exchange. That doesn't look like really promising for white, so black is just fine here. Once again moving third, probably the most complicated position out of remaining. Nafisa Muminova as black versus Olga Giria, and they're approaching a time trouble stage. So knight c8 was the move we've seen, then knight e3 was an answer of Olga Giria. Still intending to take on e3 with the knight, of course, and still trying to convince black to take herself on e4, d4. After d4, fe4, white will be given a couple of pawns in the center, quite a strong pawn center. So normally it's of course a stuff to avoid. Well, rook b6, but it's a strange idea, I have to say, to put the rook on b6. Queen d2, knight e7. Still, white don't want to take on d5. White played bishop e2. Eventually bishop e6, defending d5, and rook b1. Well, I'd say black would be happy to get rid of this, rook on b6 finally, where but still black knight has difficulties joining the game, the knight from e8. So in case of rook b1 still white looks much better to me. Still white has some possibilities to improve the position. Perhaps black has to play, I don't know if black can play b5 because there is queen b2. Yeah, but this knight being on e8, it's not that pleasant. Not that pleasant for black. So after rook b1, Muminova is thinking how to progress, and well, it's move number 26 for black and 13 minutes left for Muminova, so not exactly a time trouble, but she has to move at the rate of a minute and some seconds per move, so that means quite a tough schedule. Okay, then Nakpayeva with Chao Xu. Still looks like even chance. Nakpa rook d5 and rook b3 was played. So it's Gulishan Nakpayeva to make the move here. And if we step up a little bit back after knight g5, rook g6. Well, that was okay, I was trying to make queen a2 work here. If you remember, queen a2, c4, and after queen c4, knight e6, black is winning. But in fact, I've been taught that rook d4 could have been game for white, with point being very nice. Okay, cd4, queen a2, and with a very nice tactics. Okay, with this mate we are already familiar. Knight h6 and queen g8 check, followed by knight f7 mate. Queen a2, and on queen b3, white has an option of rook b1, which is just winning. So queen a2 and rook b8 mate. So after rook d4, black has nothing to do but to play rook g5. Then white can continue with rook d6. Black has, okay, the only move for black is queen c7, because the rook on g5 is hanging as well. Rook d7, then once again strictly only move is queen c8. On queen c6 it would be rook d8, and then we need the rook on g5 after exchange of rooks. So queen c8, and here looks like everything goes. I'd say rook d1, then eventually changing everything and going into a almost winning rook endgame. Okay, anyway, never happened, and well, at the moment what we have on the board is e5, h6, So that's the current position, rook b3, and I don't know if Gulis Khan has to be careful, I have to say, not to... okay, so then not this one. Take, rook b3. So obviously the position is very close to be drawish, but still Gulis Khan to be a bit, has to be a bit careful. Rook a3. So the easiest way would be, of course, to change a pair of rooks, but doesn't seem to be easy to do so. Well, but I don't see much of worries for white, to be honest. Okay, the pawn is not moving, but okay as well. The rook a2 is still not such a threat. White can always play rook f2 at least. So probably that's going to be another game to finish, and also to finish in a draw. Okay, going to Alexandra Kostyniuk with Bella Hotenashvili. They're taking everything on d5, knight d5, bishop d5. White managed to find a move here, knight g5 then. Bella played a5, and well, I don't like this move so much, but maybe it's okay. So rook a1, knight b7. Queen e3 was white's move. Queen e3. Well, a bit more simplified the position is, but still the fight is not over. So by playing queen e3, I guess white just moved the queen out of the scope of this rook from d8. So queen c6. And then, well, it would be desirable to play knight e4, but what to do after f5, I'm just not sure. Queen c6, although there is queen h3 for white, by the way. Queen h3, well, yeah, and queen h3 was played, of course, and immediately h5 followed from Bella Hotenashvili. The white can take a breath now, because, okay, well, just was about to say nothing is hanging, but in fact c3 is hanging there. And it's still not easy to imagine how to get to black's king. Well, perhaps white can try to make something like bishop d1 work. So at least queen c3 is answered with bishop h5, but of course moves like bishop d1 can hardly work after something like f6. Yeah, looks f6 and okay, if f6, white still has knight e4, and then taking with the pawn, but even this position seems, well, for sure it's okay for black, but maybe not better. It can be just balancing a couple of moves. h5, no, Alexandra plays c4. Oh, okay, she spotted a nice chance to get rid of this pawn. So c4, maybe not only to get rid of this pawn, but maybe to claim an advantage then, because bc4 of course is met with bishop a4, although it's still tricky. Bishop a4, queen f6, and if bishop takes, then queen g5. White has to retreat with the bishop. I'd say bishop b5, and even here black has fantastic compensation, of course, and maybe after c3, who knows how it's gonna finish. If knight will come to d4 one day, black will be just better, and knowing the fact they are, well, not so confident with the time left, it might be quite exciting to watch this 10 move still time control. Okay, Elina Danielian, once again we are back. Bishop e7, Elina Danielian with Antoanetta Stefanova. f3. Okay, Antoanetta decides she doesn't want to change rooks so far, so king e8. Yeah, king e8. Well, rook went back to g1. Still, black has some difficulties with a direct counterplay, I'd say, so looks like white is a bit better here still. So in terms of a structure, that would be of course nice to promote c6, c5, but well, hard to imagine black doing so. Okay, maybe king f7 and then something like c5, but white will move to the other file then. And c5 on one hand, it's okay, black is getting rid of his weak pawn on c6, but of course it opens the space for the bishops, and as well those b pawns will become maybe not so dangerous in the moment, but still passed pawns. Once again to Juvenjun, queen d7 and okay, queen d7, queen f4, rook d8, h4, queen d6. Eventually queens were changed. King f1, king f8. Black is very solid, but well, a bit passive, so I still expect white to try a little bit. So rook b7, rook d7. Okay, if white decides to change rooks, basically it's over. But so white has to keep rooks, but I'm not sure if it will affect the result of the game. So rook b8, king e7, for example. Okay, the rooks be changed actually, so then it means I believe this game is going to be over soon, since black king successfully arrives to d6. I don't see any trouble for black whatsoever, so probably once again players decided so they had enough of chess in these 4 days, and maybe we'll just okay start to act more aggressive after a free day. Actually, Harika might be quite happy with her result, as okay, so she's on +2 so far. There's a clear second position in the tournament, and well, scoring a draw with black against Juvenjun is okay, normally not the result you may regret much. The king c3, still Juvenjun is pretending she's trying to play for a win, but okay, c5 normally should put the end to white's challenge. c5 and king c5, and there isn't any chance for white. Okay, moving third once again, Olga Giria with Nafisa Muminova. Rook b1, so rook has been taken and queen c6 was played, so eventually black will organize her pieces a little bit more. Queen b2, b6. Well, queen b5 perhaps. Okay, it looks like white gave away the idea of a mating attack, so it's more of trying to build up a positional pressure. Something like queen b5 may work. So let's say queen b5. If black takes, which is of course not forced, but seems to be one of the options. If black takes, then black has difficulties defending d5, d5 and c4. So queen b5 is definitely an option, because after playing both queen and rook to b file, it seems, well, seems hardly likely white's gonna reconsider herself to a kingside attack. Okay, there is queen b queen a3 as well, but after... Okay, actually I'm not sure, because knight c8 leaves d5 undefended. Maybe something like queen d7 black has to play to defend the knight. Anyway, in this line, for example, knight c4, black may have some sort of counterplay against somewhat weakened white's king side. So it's still not clear what's better. Try to change the queens with queen b5 or queen a3. Maybe winning the pawn, but with not easy to assess consecutives. And then, okay, Nazarbayeva with Shaksu. Already we've mentioned that Nazarbayeva could have won this game. Rook a3, rook c7 she plays. a6 and rook a7. The rook behind the pawn. But, well, what's gonna happen in case of rook e3? That's the question. Rook e3. So what I mean, if white plays something like that, rook a1, then after rook e2, b6. So material is not that much relevant, but what matters is activity. So after rook b2, for example, rook b6 followed with rook b2, white as well might be in trouble. So it's just a question how white's gonna defend her pawn after rook e3. So, I mean, okay, if white plays something like g3, for example, then rook e5, rook a1, rook e6, okay, it still has to be a draw, but at least black has won a pawn. So this is rook a7, this is where the actual position is, so rook a7, and so basically white could have tried to change the rooks in some way. Don't know how, but looks like that would have been easier. Or maybe just lifting up a bit, like g3. Don't see much of a trouble for white after g3. Let's say rook f2, king g2. Then maybe putting the rook. Okay, I didn't even have to move for black. Okay, a5, which is hardly logical. King g2. And it's already black who has to leave the g file. Then rook f2. Coming to c2, maybe then changing a pair of rooks. That will be just sufficient to achieve a draw. And still it is, but somehow there are some difficulties for white after rook e3 that I've mentioned. Well, and Alexandra Kostyniuk with Bella Hotenashvili. So that's the position we've seen. c4, okay, c4, black decided she doesn't want to take on c4, but rather wants to play bishop e6. Yeah, so now in case of knight e6, rook e6, white can't take on b5. c4, bishop e6, white played queen g3, and black responded with bishop f5. So looks like okay, Bella is still, it looks like Bella is overplaying Alexandra step by step, outplaying. So bishop f5, then once again, okay, even bc4 is not even a threat, but this pawn on d3 is weak, and maybe black is threatening something like queen c5, getting rid out of this pin. Well, so just in a couple of minutes we're gonna have our second press conference. Chuvin June and Harika Dronavali. Has been said, it was tough to claim any advantage with white here. Black just kept it solid, so game ended up in a draw, and we're gonna have another press conference. So please enjoy, and we're going to be back to comment it again.
Our second game today finished also with a draw. The players Jun Jun from China and Hari Padranovali from India. They will give comments about their game.
I think it was normal, like Queen's Gambit decline exchange system, and I thought I was suffering a bit in between. But when she started exchanging pieces, it became a big relief for me. Okay, in the opening, was it a surprise for you?
Yeah.
Because I played a few games in recently, but okay, it's not like common opening, so maybe she was surprised a bit. And when she started thinking here, I understood, okay, she didn't expect, so she's going to play something unknown. And okay, it's not theory, but she just started trying to play like exchange Queen's Gambit decline. The difference is on the knight on f6, bishop on e7, bishop on h4 should be there generally, right? Yeah.
I believe still it was played like maybe 100 times this bishop f6. After all, it's natural move.
Yeah.
You can find a lot of games.
Yeah. I don't know whether I played. I kept pieces on right squares, but I wasn't sure. I never played this kind of positions before, so it was confusing for me until I understood what she's trying to do. Okay, Queen c2. Okay, I think it's normal. I was thinking of bishop e6 and d7 also, but I didn't understand. I thought, okay, anyway, it won't matter much. She's trying to get b4, a4, and I'm just waiting. Okay, here maybe any b6, I don't know.
Knight b6, I was considered knight d2 and next to knight b3. Maybe you can play bishop e6, knight b3, something.
Okay, it's normal position, I don't know what exactly, but I felt like maybe I didn't put my pieces on the right squares. I'm not sure, but okay. When you play, okay, b5 takes. Okay, here I understood that I have to put my pieces on knight on e6, bishop on d7 at some point. I was checking some tricks for c5, but it wasn't working. I was checking here, knight e6.
Bishop g4.
Ah, bishop g4.
No,
Yes.
bishop g4, knight d2.
c5.
Then maybe c5.
This is what I was checking, but it wasn't working.
Okay, if not knight d2, then you're happy. Okay, you
Yeah,
change the bishop.
yeah. c5, dc5, d4, ed4, queen d4, and knight e4. Rook e4, bishop e4, this.
And then
And this is like.
yeah, this is close.
So that's why I couldn't go here. I was trying to do something like this because it will be more easier to finish the game quickly. But okay, when I saw that it's not working, I realized I have to play slowly. And okay, here me6, np3. I think queen b8 is okay. I'm just stopping all the pieces from rook a7 and when she took bc6, okay, it is kind of relief for me because until now it wasn't clear, like any moment even some kind of b6 and like rook a7 can come, so I have to be careful. But okay, here it's more easier for me. But I was thinking here maybe bishop f5. Yeah, I wasn't happy with this position. Like okay, maybe it's fine, I don't know, but I wasn't happy.
Yeah, okay. Imagine if white takes on e6 and puts the knight, maybe it will be something.
Yeah,
Maybe we can check first on h7, then bishop f5.
yeah,
The usual
even I was
stuff,
thinking,
okay.
yeah. And instead of here, if bishop f5, still nd4 is not working. It's not working. I was thinking of knight into d4, but okay, it wasn't working. But okay, here she played na4, bishop e7. I think bishop f5 is more suffering for me. It takes bishop e6, knight c5, and okay, even bishop h7, king h8. I wasn't happy with this position. Okay, when she played knight c5, it was easier for me. I just exchanged everything. I understood that if I put rook d8, bishop e8 and queen d6, it's kind of fortress. It's not so easy to break. Okay, I understood that it was difficult for her also to find some plan to break the position, but okay, I was just playing normal moves. And okay, after queen d6, queen into d6, I think it's just nothing. It's just true.
Have anything to add? Okay. Thank you very much. And enjoy your free day.
Thank you.
And deep beneath the running wave, in labyrinth of coral cave, the echo of a distant time, come willowing across the sand, and everything is green and submarine. To rewind.
Well, welcome back for our live coverage, and I have to say, very exciting things are happening in both Kosteniuk Khatenashvili and Giria Muminova games. In a time trouble stage, so just gonna bring you the board of Kosteniuk versus Khatenashvili. So bishop b3, Alexandra found a brilliant resource, this bishop b3. Then Bella decided to take on d3, cb5, and well, now if rook g3, then white has bishop f7, c, and then taking the queen, winning. So black played queen c3. I don't know if Bella blunted this one, but it's definitely unpleasant. So check on f7, king f8, f3, rook e to d8. Now it really becomes dangerous for black, even if white simply takes e5. So I just thought, well, why not? Queen e5, we need the second pawn. Well, obviously black has to take, otherwise king is just in a danger. Rook e5, so 2 extra pawns, as well as the knight being still strangely placed. Okay, there is actually knight d6, where white seems to have rook, well, rook a7. So in this case knight b5 is probably just bad. Okay, I'm still not sure. Knight h7 leads nowhere. King g7 and rook is saying, okay, knight b5, rook b5. So I beg your pardon. Rook a7, yeah, that seems to be very good for white. Though it's probably a chance for Alexandra to score her first win in this tournament. And well, perhaps queen e5 is not the only move. Also, white can try to increase the pressure with rook c1, then after check, king h1. The rook is coming as well, but to be honest, especially in the time trouble, I would have preferred to keep it simple, just to take in on e5, getting 2 extra pawns with very good chances to win. And well, the other one is, as I said, a lot of things happen in Olga Girov with Nafisa Mominova. So here is this game. Queen a3 followed actually, and de4 was a decision of Nafisa Mominova, so she sacrifices the piece. Queen e7, ef3, bishop f1, queen e4, but it's probably she blundered. Rook e1, keeping everything together. Bishop g4, and well, white played queen h4 here. Bishop f5, queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop c4, h5. Well, obviously it's winning for white. There are no compensation for the piece. With this knight on e8 being still out of play, something like simple king f2 should be winning easily here. Apart from something more forced, which could be d5, for example. But I'd say king f7 is, king f2 is just enough. So looks like, well, back to Alexandra with Bella. Bishop g6 was played instead. Well, and it looks very strong actually. So bishop g6, if black takes, and looks like black has to take it, then knight e6 follows, king f7. Well, actually that's why they first black played queen d4 check, but then after king h1, oh well, so king h1 is not possible then because of queen a1, or what? Yeah, looks like. So just wondering who blundered. So bishop g6, queen d4, then Alexandra, it seems like Alexandra has to play king f1, because queen f2 is still possible though. Take g6 and knight e6. Still it has to be, of course, much better for white, taking on d8 and eventually capturing e5. But as well, king f1 might be just winning. Not the usual position for the king though on f1, and of course it has to be said that king h1 seems to lose the game after queen takes a1, so back rank stuff. Well, I'm still not certain, but it looks like, yeah, still bishop f5, and well, take rook d1 here. Black is looks like, okay, maybe black is not winning, but certainly that is not the line white would be happy with. Well, in all the other games it seems to be still more or less quiet. So king f7, bishop d3, that's the game of Danielian with Stefanova once again. h6, king c2, knight h7, and white continues with e4. When black played knight g5, so black has her own counterplay, so planning to win h3 pawn, then creating best pawns on h file. So actually in a time trouble it also switched to some quite dangerous play, something quite sharp. So e4, knight g5. What to do for white? Actually, it's not clear. So if white takes on f5, I suspect Stefanova is prepared to take on h3. So then takes, for instance, rook g6, bishop f6, and on rook h6, even something like rook h8 might be dangerous as well. Or to start with knight f4 first. But it's so tricky, so I don't know. Okay, ef3, knight h3 was played. Both of them are pretty short on time. Okay, Gulishan Nakpaeva. Eventually, okay, it's very close to finally ending a draw. So h3, rook g6, white played rook f2, white played rook f2, then okay, I suppose on rook h3 it will be rook a6, so black went to play rook e3, rook a2, eventually rook h3, and well, if white's just gonna take on a6, I don't see no trouble once again for white. Then, even though she may lose the pawn here. Okay, she's not even losing the pawn because of king f2, and then so I guess Gulishan won't lose it. Back to Kostyniuk with Hotenashvili. Okay, of course that's not the position here. So bishop g6, that is what we've seen. Hotenashvili with Kostyniuk. King h1 she played. Wow, that is strange, really. So queen d4, and she played king h1. What's going on here? Well, perhaps queen a1, white has something like knight h7. Maybe that's the reason why. Yeah, knight h7, if king goes there, then it's a check on f5 first, and bishop takes d3. Alright, so king h1, and then black found the resource of h4. So bishop takes, h takes g3, check there, king f7, knight d4, rook d4, and well, of course, h g3 is okay. That is what Alexander is thinking about. There is an option of playing rook a7, but sometimes it's just, I mean, one should just stop these tactical tricks, just capturing the pawn, and that will be move 40. Okay, that's move 40, so she has enough time to think. As rook a7, rook d1, I'd say it's far from being clear. Okay, rook b7, king f6, then white seems to lose the rook, because rook g1 of course is not possible. So still perhaps white is, oh no, white is losing the bishop as well. Yeah, no, that's definitely not the line to play. The hg5 I expect, hg3 I expect to here hg3, and okay, it's three extra pawns for the moment for white, and well, don't see much of a chance for Bella to escape in this game. Nakpaeva Tuliskannak paiva chalk soon, so rook a6. Well, that's the current situation. Rook a6, rook a6, rook h5 actually was played, rook a5, rook f5, and then okay, perhaps the easiest way is just to give away this pawn, because still you can't lose 2 versus 1 in a rook endgame. So perhaps the easiest way is just, just to leave this pawn, not to defend it, in order to simplify the task. So, well, Olga Kiria with Nafisa Muminova, looks like the game is gonna finish soon. Well, they reached the time control, and well, I have to say it's okay, it's still winning for white, but somehow I didn't even expect black pieces to come out of the cage. King f2, king h7. Well, so white decided she didn't want to change bishop, so I thought bishop d5 will be an easiest way, the knight d5, and still this knight is not escaping from e8, so that was my point then, by simply taking on f3. But okay, it went differently. Knight f1, bishop b7, but still it's winning, of course. Knight d2, f6, bishop g3, f5, bishop e5, knight f6. So, well, looks like anything is winning. Perhaps the simplest is just to take this knight and to play rook e7. Well, don't see much of a chance for black. So won't be surprised. Okay, probably the horse has to be taken. Otherwise, there will be some checks here and there. G4, E4. So this horse deserves to be taken finally after coming out from E8. But after bishop F6, rook F6. Okay, anything is winning. Well, have to say it for one more time. D5 as well. Rook E6 would be my final offer. Rook E6, changing everything, because in actual fact after the fall of F3 it will be a piece for 1 pawn, so don't expect black to get away with that. So once again Danielian with Stefanova, so that turns to be rather interesting. F6, as we said, F6, king e6, rook g6, bishop f6, rook h6, knight g1 instead of knight f4, also attacking f3, knight g1, bishop f1, and then rook h8, so white changes here there. Then it's certainly clear black is not risking anything here. The f3 is hanging. And it's also a d4 pawn which may fall one day. So I'd say f4 is answered with h3, and not a lot white can do. Okay, king d2 for instance. Then h2, bishop g2, and well, knight h. Oh, okay, I was about to blunder the knight with a check. Okay, king f5 at least. King f5, king e3, king g4. That might become dangerous for black, by the way, for white, by the way. Perhaps not really, but still, this pawn on h2 shouldn't be underestimated, of course. So especially in a time trouble, it's a bit scary to play like that. So Elena decided she doesn't need a pawn on f3. The king d3. Now, if black, okay, and the black took on f3 actually. So perhaps black still has some chance to win, as there is a passed pawn on h4 and there is a weakness on d4. It's the principle of two weaknesses, exactly to the point here. So, and what is important not to play king d6. Okay, it's still put, so I thought king d6, it's a check from b4, but still king c7 is possible. No, it's okay. Bishop h3 is okay, it was played anyway. I mean, what do you want? It's move number 40, you get some seconds, and it's a check. Well, you don't have to guess twice. If you have a check, then you just play check and press the button. Bishop h3, and well, it's probably not that much relevant. King d6 is fine after all. Then black's gonna try to squeeze out of this position as much as possible. So put the bishop on f6, then regroup the knight somewhere. So okay, we shall see, but looks like a chance for Stefanova then. Okay, once again Giria with Muminova. So she took on f6 and played rook e7. And time trouble stage is over. And then Kostyniuk with Hotenashvili, the same applies to this game. Time trouble stage is over. She took on g3, king f6, bishop e4. And I'd say in this case time trouble is over as well as the game, because I don't see Bella having any chance here. Well, but normally after approaching the move 40 they like to think a bit, so I think that would be a nice time to have a break for me, and then I'm coming back, unless we're gonna have a press conference of Olga Giria and Nafisa Muminova, which is highly likely.
So guests of our press conference are Olga Gire from Russia and Muminova Nafisa from Uzbekistan. Please, what happened in your game? It seems like okay.
After the opening, I forgot the line because the main line is there like D2, right?
No. I don't know.
First. I mean
I
here.
don't know, I'm not specialist in this narration.
So you were both playing it first time?
Mm-hmm.
And who surprised whom?
Maybe
Yeah,
I
because
surprised.
I thought 92 is here by sacrificing pawn, and instead of pawn, they are trying to get some compensation. But first, queen c2. I think after queen c2, black's position should be good because
But it's theoretical position.
I always thought that 92 is here. Okay, knight e4, rook c1, and here maybe castle was better.
Castle bishop c4.
Yeah, but
There are
yeah.
knight g5 and knight b6.
Knight b6, bishop f4, and here maybe castle. Bishop c7, and then just
This it's one of main lines.
main lines.
And
Okay, queen a4. This stupid move, I think. Queen a2 and queen a5. Actually, black is not certain, nothing here.
yeah, but I thought that to do. Thought about knight g5, but you takes and then bishop f5.
Yeah, it's
And
bishop c7, I think it's a good move. At first, I was planning to go knight a4 here. The queen takes knight c3 cannot because of queen c6.
Mhm.
And I couldn't find any compensation. I thought maybe here some compensation. Bishop a6. Or just rook.
I think no.
Just bishop b4.
I thought that you will play knight f4 after knight e1.
Castle. Okay, here if they will be just you capture this one.
Mm-hmm. f3. I thought.
And then f3. I thought knight b2. And then somewhere knight was here. Okay.
That's all. Rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2.
Not knight d2, but maybe knight f6. But
It's still white's position. Is
yes,
better.
g4 maybe.
And I have to back
Mhm.
now. Maybe here not bishop d7, bishop b6 was better maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's
But I didn't understand.
yeah.
Why bishop d7?
I thought bishop d7 because when you play
Mhm.
bishop d1, I was going to exchange my bishop
Mhm.
on a4. That's why. 3. Also, I thought knight g5 and knight d6, but just you go h4. I think. I don't know. Bishop 6. Bishop b4. And after bishop e5, white's position just queen e6.
Maybe knight e8.
Here in
Mhm.
knight e8.
Yes. For what? Queen e6.
b4.
e4, bishop c6.
or f5, I. Okay, but after bishop, or after a6.
Oh, they will become position.
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Bishop c6. And then rook is coming to b2.
Mm-hmm. I didn't want to play e4 because maybe f5 or bishop c6, so and now you want to play bishop f5, so I thought that you will play knight, not rook c6, but knight c7, and then knight b5.
I thought about this one, but okay, even if knight comes to b5, then after knight b5,
Queen a5, and then something like this.
you can push your pawn and force him and have to go back. Four and knight c8. I think it's very bad move. Bishop b6 maybe is better. But I don't think f4 is right.
F4. Jackson e4.
Wait,
So to play
maybe knight f3.
knight e3.
Knight e3.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d6.
Okay, then bishop d6 into 5, and then f5, 4 f5.
Still. I think you could capture the pawn.
Yeah, I thought about this, but rook b6
Queen d2.
and queen a3.
Knight d3.
Knight d6, e d6. And bishop e2.
Bishop.
Yes, maybe, but I wanted to put my center.
Yeah. Knight d7, bishop e2, and bishop e6.
Maybe rook b1
Maybe
isn't so good.
Because after rook b1, I think my position is okay here.
Mm-hmm.
Because after queen b2, b6.
Maybe d takes.
I thought I was calculating this relation, but
Mhm.
capture. And
Not so.
here, bishop c4.
Queen b6 or queen b7.
Queen b7.
Mm-hmm. And knight d5 then.
Sorry.
Queen b7 takes and knight d5.
No.
Yes, that's okay.
No, just capture. Oh.
saw it in the last moment.
I played this variation and bishop c4.
I thought about bishop f3.
Maybe bishop
Seems it's okay for white.
I think after b6 should be okay. Bishop queen b4, then queen b7. Yes. Capture, just now capture.
King f2. So I calculate the same position after queen d7, not b7.
Yeah.
b7.
Queen b7.
That's the same.
Of course, this.
So de4 was a mistake.
Yes. It's final mistake.
Может быть, у кого-то есть вопросы? What are your plans for the rest day? Are you going to join for sightseeing? Yes, of course. Of course? Yes. This is the first answer like this.
Это вопрос, да?
Да.
Коля развивали или прочитали? Коля, посмотрели. Он не были на так, лучше. Коля.
Я просто неправильно оценила позицию после... Я думала, там нормально. Как я могла оценить? Так, просто ферзь d7 или ферзь d7 пойдет, все.
So you overestimated your position?
Yeah. Just... I thought it's okay position here because maybe it's a bit dangerous for white. If but really it's just winning for white after the d takes a4.
Okay, anyway, I'm sure the rest day will be a good thing for you, and I wish you good luck after it.
I hope so.
See you tomorrow. Видишь? Welcome to our next press conference. Alexandra Kostyniuk just won against Bella Tinashvili. Please, Bella, your comments. Your position was okay?
I also thought that it was good for me, but after I missed actually c4.
Yeah, it was a very standard Rui Lopez position. Of course, it was approximately equal. I'm not sure about my play here because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I spent a lot of time here. Maybe I should have started with bishop e7. So, I don't know. Or the other option was d4 immediately. But before, I spent a lot of time here calculating for some reason bishop b3. With the idea after take to play d4 because I cannot play rook c1 immediately since knight c5. I mean, it's not necessary, but I spent a lot of time here trying to understand what is this position. Something like this, but I mean, I don't know. I didn't see anything for me here, so I decided to play e3. And then I was kind of surprised to see the knight going to b6. Usually, I was expected to see it going to fade and then e6. But it's possible knight b6 with the idea. It's all about the center here. White is trying to prepare d4 and black is trying to prepare d4, d5.
Because of I played knight b6 after d4. Let's see, four square will be.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I was surprised I didn't really see, I mean, Zoe Lopez, such maneuver, but probably, I mean, it can, I mean, maybe it's okay as well. And here I was not sure that I took, maybe I should have started with 93. But the same, I think, rook 8 to d8 or something like this. I mean, this position should be about equal.
Yeah, d4 instead.
d4 here. I was looking at c4. I like this move so much because if you take, then I play knight d5. And if you take here, I take knight d5. I mean, such a nice geometry, but then I just realized that after c4, black can just play knight d4 and black is better. So I shouldn't, of course, give the square, the d4 square. And about this move, take, and then probably d5.
d5. He takes d5.
He takes d5?
Yeah. Knight d5. And here, d takes d5.
Yeah, I think I saw this position, but I was not sure that, I mean, I have anything here. So,
It's equal.
yeah, so I decided just to, I mean, keep more pawns on the board. Queen f6, I like this move, because it doesn't let me go d4, and, well, I wish I could play h3, but unfortunately bishop takes h3 here. So rook a to d1 also seemed quite logical. I don't know. I mean, c takes. I'm not sure about all this combination. You still can wait. Just I don't know if d4 gives anything here. Maybe it's a little better. But anyway, it looked like a forced line. I spent a lot of time here trying to understand this move. Because if you take, I take, and then I have this intermediate check, because king g7, 98. So, but I was not sure about this position. I mean, your knight on f4 is very strong, although I'm winning the white squared bishop. I was not so sure that it's better for me. So I spent a lot of time trying to evaluate this position, but then I decided just to take here. a5, rook a1. Yeah, I didn't play queen e3 immediately because then I don't have this idea with c4, bishop a4 that took place in the game. But unfortunately here, I thought that rook c8 was the best move, but I was planning to play c4 to sacrifice this pawn temporarily. And here, I don't know, because if you take with the bishop, I can always play bishop a4, and then you cannot play rook e7 because I will play queen h3.
Because of, I was thinking I should play king.
But then rook e8, I think, or something. Just
No, king g7. Here.
Here.
Yeah.
Queen g7. I thought
No,
that
king.
King g7.
Yeah. And after h6 maybe.
Well, I mean, but why not rook c8 attacking the pawn immediately? I don't know. Maybe it's also possible. Even in the game when I was able to play queen h3 and c4, the position was not that clear.
Yeah.
I couldn't, find anything for me in many variations. Maybe. It should be about equal. maybe I have some initiative, but it should be probably for black. So queen c6 is kind of, maybe it's still okay, but it requires a lot of calculation now, and
I
we
could not find.
queen f6. I was not sure here what to do after queen f6. I was planning to play.
Actually, white had c4 at once.
When?
There was c4.
c4 immediately here?
Yes, twice.
Ah,
And then
well.
bishop g2 f3, something like that.
Bishop g2.
So queen f6, queen c6.
Oh, wait, here. Here.
No, wait, queen e3, queen c6, and then c4.
Ah, c4 immediately. Well, I mean, I was so happy.
Okay, computer claimed it to be the right move.
And I did.
Nobody saw it.
Ah, maybe. But I was so happy, you know, to be able to protect my pawn on g2. I even didn't calculate it. Yeah, so I protected. I mean, so. But here, queen f6.
Yes.
Queen f6, and I didn't see anything. I was planning to play what? Oh, queen g3, I think. But then you just take. Yeah, you just take. And I didn't see anything. I mean, for me. So bishop e6 probably is a mistake, because after queen f6, I don't know. I mean, I can take, but then I think I'm just worse here, because your knight is very strong. It goes to d6, and my bishop is just. I don't know. But queen f6 was better, and after bishop e6, this position is already something. Here, knight d6, c takes b5, queen c3. I should be winning, or I should be better here, but I didn't see how. It was definitely much stronger than rook takes this 3. I think after rook takes this 3, I'm just winning. So here, maybe I have something else, but rook takes e5, but I don't know. It's also was not so clear for me. Still, it was much better, I think, to play knight d6, because after rook d3, just hopeless.
Here I was going to play queen c8.
Queen c8?
Yeah, at first.
But I think it's the same story, more or less. I take
king g7, f3.
I mean, maybe you have some practical chances, but if you just. I should be better here. But it was better. Yeah, because I have my pieces. Maybe I will need to find something here. I'm sure we have rook takes e5. I don't know, but after queen c3, I could have played. Rook d8? Queen d4?
Queen d4, rook e7, something like this. The both says.
Yeah, but it's like what? I'm just a pawn up. Yeah, well, after rook d8, yeah, I'm winning 3 pawns. Yeah, here I'm just.
Check if h1, then king
h4. h4. h4, yeah, so I should play queen f2, I think. And even then, yeah, you
changing rook e7.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe not changing, maybe rook e7 immediately, so I don't have this bishop c4. But then I can give check.
Check e7. It's not made.
Yeah, it's not made. Yeah, it's not so clear. Because after rook e to d8, I'm just winning 2 more pawns. I could have played also queen f2 without autos. Also winning.
Thank you for your comments and enjoy your free day. I hope you will tomorrow join us with some sightseeing tour. We will get all the details. Thank you. The next game between Gulistan Nakbaeva and Zhao He finished with a draw, and it seemed like at one moment you had a chance to get the winning position. Did you see it? Probably you already checked this computer.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us, please.
I haven't seen immediately winning, and so after yesterday's mistake, also I had a winning position. So it doesn't matter that you will win because the most difficult is to win the winning position. Yeah. So I tried to play accurate and solid. So I don't know still where it's winning, but I know that it was a better position because of two bishops. And so from the opening I had a better position.
Yeah, because I chose the wrong plan. I have to play 97 first, not play rook c8. Rook c8 is confusing move. Okay, as much don't check. It's you have moment for win. Is when I play rook g6, it's a wrong move. You can play something stronger.
Yes,
rook d4.
You mean when?
Yeah, rook d4.
Here.
Take and queen a2, queen b3, rook b1.
Oh my god.
I missed it also. But I still can play rook g5. But
Yes, it's amazing. I was always checking this diagonal check, and always was queen b3, and
yeah,
I
you
just
can play better than me in the opening. And the c5 is good move, and then it's easy for
Fantastic,
white. Yes. So
It also looks like queen g5 instead of knight g5.
yes, I thought rook g6.
rook
Then
g6. What? Queen d5?
Yeah, g6, queen d5.
queen d5 and
Maybe
for
queen
example,
e6.
Queen e6.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe something like knight e5. After it's pawn up, maybe the second one is dropping.
Yeah. Yeah, I have more pawn and attack. So the point is she play good, and I'm lucky. So thank you very much. Okay.
Yesterday also.
Yeah. Not yes, only lucky and okay. And the happy thing is tomorrow is the rest day, so it's better for me.
Yeah, I hope everything will place on its place.
Yeah, on my way. So here is now is trouble. I don't know how to say it, but I don't know what I play. It's like yesterday, today. I'm very stupid. I know if I don't play e5 and e8 is the normal opening. I had to play many games. There are some line for draw, there's some line for fighting for black. Okay, but it's little better. But I remember that line. But e5, I just want to play some special and something new. But it's very stupid, maybe. Okay.
What are you going to do on your free day?
I don't know if here have arrangement for
Yeah.
there have. Yeah, okay, maybe I will follow it.
join with others to go to the museum.
Yeah.
I have heard. Yes, I think
Oh,
it will be a very fun day.
There translate for the Chinese. We have two players. Okay, maybe it's possible.
Probably we will try to do something.
Okay, thank you very much. Because museum is too many words. I can't understand.
Okay. And Winjuan is now waiting for you to decide if you are doing both or not.
I think I'm okay. We have discussed
No,
this.
we will wait for you both.
And find someone for translate for us. Also. Okay, it's a joke, but if there have someone, it's
If they
yeah, it's better. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So thank you.
Our next game finished also with a draw, but I guess it was much less mistakes than in the previous one. So Elena,
Not
you
sure.
learned from
Yes, I just checked according to computer. We just played very clear game.
Yes.
Yeah, without any mistake.
Okay, computer is
Impossible.
not always right.
Yeah, but okay, still without any red lines and.
Okay, Antoinette, Elena, please your comments.
Well, okay, I thought I had slightly better endgame, so I like my position, so due to pair of bishop and space advantage. But okay, I think my opponent should just defend it perfectly, and otherwise could be very difficult for black. And okay, then okay, it's draw. And in the time trouble, I just pushed e4. I don't know, maybe it was just too optimistically, but okay, I thought it's interesting in this play. Okay, then it was just an equal game.
And the opening did not bring any surprises to any of you?
What is for me, you know, we had played already so many games with Antoinette, so
yes,
yes.
over 20.
Yeah, maybe something like that. So.
Yeah, so it's always some surprises because okay, we played so many variations and openings, so it's difficult to guess which one will be the next one. But okay, I think up to some point we were following some trades game. But okay, after that Elena she played very quickly this rook a4 and c5 and so on, so I had to be precise not to lose some material.
Yeah, I think b6 it was just the best plan for black.
Yeah, here
otherwise it's just trouble. So I just come rook a1 and then b4 it should be in trouble.
Yes, just I'm not sure if I should take on h5 because okay, this pawn doesn't matter so much.
Yeah,
but
still it's pawn.
Yeah, still it's a pawn. I mean, I don't know if it can go to h6 at some moment. It can be unpleasant. So that's why I took it, and then after king e2, yeah, I was thinking for a long time because I wanted to play somehow with f5, f4 or e5.
But then rook h1, rook ha1, and then b4.
Yeah, I don't have time.
It looks very dangerous.
I was thinking also some rook g8, rook g2, and so on. But okay, I was thinking, and at the end I decided b6 is.
No, I thought b6 is the best one, best idea.
And after that, okay,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, here you know, I was thinking also take bishop d8. Okay, play instead of rook g1. I thought something about like b4 here.
Yes, but then I just first of all I'm not obliged to take immediately. Yeah, but let's say I take.
Yeah, you have to take, I think, because otherwise I want to play b5.
Yeah,
yes,
correct.
And
so
then,
I take
you have to
first,
take.
But what I meant, I'm not obliged to take on a5.
Yeah, rook a1.
But rook a1, I think now I take.
Yeah. Because
b
takes.
I thought I'm on time because okay, I take with check, you go
king f3,
somewhere, and then just king c8. King c8,
a6,
king b8,
king b and rook g1,
and rook g1.
Yeah.
But I don't know, some knight f6,
rook g7,
g7, and I have time for knight e4 and stuff.
No, I don't know. Probably yes.
Knight e4. I just.
I think I can take and king g2.
Take.
King g2.
Maybe. And then maybe it's not so good. Yeah, and it looks that I'm losing all my pawns. I don't know.
I think that was probably better for me.
Maybe.
Okay, somehow it's just creates some problems for black.
Yeah.
Because after rook a1 I want to play b5. Maybe if you can avoid somehow this threat, maybe it's not necessary to take on a5.
Maybe, yeah. I was thinking also after rook a1 I can just play
rook a3.
Rook a3 then, yeah? Okay, and yeah, maybe. There were some things, but okay. Should be calculated a bit better, all this, but yeah, maybe.
Maybe go with rook back, then you can protect
the rook, but okay, I don't want to be so passive, I don't know, but maybe, yeah.
But then I can take on h7 and on h4, so it should be good for me.
Yeah, maybe.
I think that was the most interesting point in the game for how I could improve
Yeah,
my
I don't
play,
know,
but the rest I think it just was
I was
equal.
thinking,
equally.
okay, here in the time travel after E4.
When I played the okay, A4 is just was a little bit the wish
I
move.
mean, of course, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not forced, but after that, I'm not sure. I thought that maybe I had chances to win somehow, but
No, I
in
don't
the
think
time
so.
travel.
Yeah, first of all, I should have
Here.
played Bishop E1 here.
Bishop E1. Yeah,
Yes.
Bishop E1. Yes. No, I mean, but how we played, I was just not sure about maybe this check if I go to F6.
No, but then
Is it changing something?
yes, it's good for me because I have Bishop
Bishop
D7. Bishop D7, I have
Bishop
King E3,
yeah.
King E3, Knight G5, and Bishop D7.
Yeah.
It should be winning already for me because
Mhm.
C6 is hanging.
Yeah. Okay. Winning.
Okay, maybe not winning, but some chances.
I was thinking also some Bishop A5, Bishop D8 check. I don't know.
No, King E7, it's a solid move.
Yeah. Okay. Especially on move 40.
Yes.
I thought that it's better
Yes,
not
it
to
is.
start giving something
Okay,
away.
it's draw.
Yeah.
To close with pair of
Okay.
bishop. Okay, that's all.
So what are your plans for the rest day? Are you going to do some sightseeing with the group?
Yes, sure. I still don't know exactly at what time it is, but
It was not decided, but we decided that more convenient for everyone will be 12, not
12
10.
o'clock.
And what's the
nice,
program?
yes.
It will be some museum of national costume and jewelry.
And so I draw windows wide and call to you across the sky.
Then
Yeah, sounds great because it's our first time
Yes.
in Tashkent, so
Yeah, and the weather
would
is
be nice to-
fantastic.
yeah, sure. So it would be nice to see as much as we can.
Okay, then see you tomorrow.
okay, thank you.
Getting close. UK talent. Off balance. It's all about high level music for the Y2K plus 5. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Trust I'm getting close, and so is